Hello, my friends. I think that worked. Hi.
Sure.
Hello. Hello and welcome. Welcome to our very last stream before the end of the year, the very last stream before the holidays, the very last stream before Yule. I am very excited. You can see that we're all festive and gussied up. I'm super stoked. So, hi everybody. We are still having one of our players literally just moved house and is still setting things up. So I'm going to vamp for a little bit while they get their shit together. No rush. And there's a couple of announcements that I need to get to real quick, and then we need to go over some of the things that we may run into during the course of today's game. So first and foremost, announcements. After today's game, Saul's rest is not going to come back until January. The exact date of that is to be determined. Also, likewise, tomorrow with the Berazaya Argia Chronicles, this will be our last game before we take a break for the holidays and the new year and all of that stuff. So today and tomorrow are our last streams for 2021. And it's been quite a thing. When I was planning this particular game, this is game 40, guys. 40. So
Does that mean we should do something? Should there be a cake of some kind?
should there be a cake of some kind?
There should be a cake of some kind.
I don't. Maybe when we finish out the arc, we should have some kind of celebration. I don't know.
Why are you denying me cake?
You know what? If you want cake on the final episode, you can have some fucking cake.
I don't know that he's denying you cake. I think he's delaying you cake.
I'm delaying.
No.
Delay of cake is what's
I
happening
don't like
right here.
these D words. I want cake and I want it now.
Both of those words mean that I cannot have cake now. I don't like either.
You know what? You can't leave the
Yes.
stream to go get cake, so shush.
That's what you think.
You can tell you what. After today's stream, you can go get some fucking Keys cake, and then bring me some because I need it.
Oh, contraire. Do you know what I have in my living room?
What do you have in your living? I'm concerned now.
Cheesecake.
You have Keys cake? Oh, that's exciting.
I sure do. And I was going to save it and eat it off camera because I didn't want to make everybody jealous, but
I don't think you
fuck
should.
y'all, I'm
I
eating
think you should
my
go have
cake.
some cake. Anyway.
I'm eating my cake.
Anyway. I know, that's super mean, but fuck. At any rate, so this is our last stream, today and tomorrow, our last streams of 2021. Tonight, however, not immediately following this game, starting at about, we're going to wrap this game up probably around 5:30, at the latest 6 o'clock. Starting at 6:30, there is going to be hosted on my channel, but actually streamed on a different channel, a charity stream for a woman in the Twin Cities here who's a mother of 6 to get her a new home. She is currently kind of living off of the charity of her friends and family. She has 6 kids. She needs a place, so we're trying to raise money for this particular cause. It is run and hosted by the Could Have Been Heroes, the people who run the Could Have Been Heroes podcast. I was invited because of reasons that I'm still not 100% clear on.
Because you're fucking charming, damn
I'm
it.
fucking charming, damn it. It's on a t-shirt and everything.
I know, I bought you the t-shirt.
But, so that's going to be tonight starting at 6:30 Central Standard Time. So if you can come, and any and all donations are welcome. I know donations are going to be utilized to affect shit in-game as well. So if you want to help us out or you want to hurt us, you are more than welcome to do it.
Wait a minute. We can buy things to hurt you?
Yep. Robbie, if you're watching, I feel like this was a poor choice. Anyway,
How much for a dragon?
Anyway, the game premise is sort of a there you go, a blue dragon.
Dragon.
It is a homebrew system that the GM has been devising over the course of the last most of his career as a GM. It is a system they use on the Could Have Been Heroes podcast, which if you don't listen to them, you want to, because it's charming as hell. It's delightful. Anyway, so that's enough about them. I'll probably plug them again later.
Tell the subject, because it's great.
The premise of the game is it is called Scare the Rich, and it is a retelling of A Christmas Carol of sorts. wherein as the PCs, we are playing the ghosts of past, present, and future.
Which is amazing because that is the Christmas we all deserve, is to scare rich people into doing what they're supposed to be doing. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I got killed. I'm sorry.
It's the Dickensian retelling as it was always meant to be told as a tabletop role-playing game.
And
if you look at the history of Yule, that kind of was how it was sort of designed.
Yep.
And fun fact, if you extrapolate Bob Cratchit's shitty salary from that Ebenezer Scrooge was paying him, he would be making more than minimum wage workers today. So do with that with what you will.
By a fairly significant amount. But hey, we're not here to dwell
America's
on these things
the bad
today.
Place. Okay, sorry.
We're not here to dwell on these things today.
Okay.
All right,
Let's go kill things.
So today we are going to potentially, depending on what you guys decide to do, have the opportunity to run into a little bit of mass combat. I found a rule set that I like that is relatively easy, but even looking at it, I made it easier. So basically what will likely happen if you guys go the way I think you're going to go is each of you is going to be assigned as a commander to a particular unit. And you will control each of these units, and your ability to control and your success rating on these for these particular units is going to be very much dependent on how charismatic you are as a human being. Oh, and fucking Katie has cake.
Oh,
I realize that I am digital, so I can have digital cake.
And I realize that I am really not charismatic, so this is not going to go well for anyone involved.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. There, Melon, I feel you on that one.
Great.
Maybe Adira can just whip around and give an inspiring speech every...
Can I just yell at people? I'm really good at yelling at people.
So the way this breaks down, combat rounds are pretty much the same as what you have in a one-on-one situation. So you have an action, you have a move action, you have a bonus action. The things that you can do are fairly similar to what you can do in a combat round. You can attack, you can defend, you can guard, etc. You can move. Everything is just kind of scaled up to a more macular? That's not right. Anyway, a larger scale. Macro. A larger, yeah, as opposed to micro. So, combat rounds where in a one-on-one combat round is 6 seconds. A combat round in a mass combat situation is 1 minute. Movement is scaled up. The map is going to be scaled up. So basically every 20 or every 4 squares counts as 100 feet of movement. So each 5-foot square fundamentally is 25 feet. And the way you resolve combat is you do an opposed roll. If you engage with an enemy, you have an assigned battle rating, and you roll an opposed battle rating check. And how successful you are, or non-successful you are, will determine how that particular conflict plays itself out. So, for example, if you were to tie, or the person that you were attacking wins the round, nothing changes. If you roll higher than your target by 5 or more, I think it's 10 or more, their battle rating is then reduced, and that represents the loss of life and the kind of morale shift. Or I'm sorry, if you beat them between under 10, there we go. If you beat them under 10, they lose some battle rating, and they some of the morale drops down. If you beat them by more than 10, they lose a lot more battle rating, and then they have an opportunity to be routed. Same does go for you. If they are attacking you, and it just goes poorly, you have the same opportunities that they have. We'll just going over this so you have a blanket idea of what the fuck is happening when it happens. But as we're going through, I will delineate rules as necessary. Are we clear on what's going on? Clear as mud. Got it. Okay.
Clear as mud.
Let me see here. Kira, are you with us at this point? They can hear now. Okay, I'm going to let them keep working on their thing, and I'm going to launch into the recap of last game. Last game, we were down in Adira, but we were up a Saral. Still getting mic set up. Okay, thank you, Kira, for letting me know. So I'll launch into this. So last time we played, we were down in Adira, but we were up a Saral. I jumped you right into the middle of the fight with Isarvela. Things were not going awful, but also not super great. Leoben had the opportunity to speak to an individual, a ghostly individual, once he kind of separated himself from the combat a little bit, who offered an alternative solution than wholesale murder.
Leoben remembering how that person was introduced.
Right.
Yep.
At the moment he realized he was being watched, he was actively trying to pee on an ice wall. Probably one of my favorite moments in recent gaming events. The ghostly apparition managed to convince him at least well enough to have him bring her to Adira. And as Adira wasn't there, she became a very convenient plot device. The conversation that passed between Adira and the ghostly apparition, basically she was convincing her that your easiest and fastest way out of this particular situation without further loss of life and blood would be to try her method, which was to have each of you confront one of her demons. And it worked out fairly well. It was you guys got to witness a little bit of how she became the way she was throughout her kind of formative years. And one by one, you were confronted by the manifestation of that particular trauma and or demon. Leoben, yours, remind me what yours was.
I think mine was a vampire.
Right, yours was a vampire. Malin, yours was a big serpentine creature. Katie, yours was a dragon.
No, mine was a bunch of douchebag advisors.
We'll get to that. Yours was a dragon. Adira, yours would have been a mind flayer, but you were not there. Saral had a beholder. I remember that much. And then I believe Kira had one of the perennial wormwood. Oh no, that wasn't. Fuck, I don't know what she had, what they had, but Kira had. Fuck. Pronouns are hard. I could just look at my notes. But that would just be crazy talk, right?
Crazy talk.
You.
It's way far back though, so hang on. Kira had a devil. She had a pit fiend. Which worked out for her, because, paladin. All of you, for the most part, chose to fight the demon. The trauma, not specifically all of them were demons, with the exception of Katie, who decided in her moment to side, instead of siding with the douchebag advisors, who had very clearly betrayed her trust and were actively trying to stage a bit of a coup, instead sided with the giant red dragon that Isravela turned into in that moment and helped her defeat these assholes. And successfully did so. You all successfully defeated your monsters. Without, there was a bit of loss of life and limb, but it was all kind of psychically happening either way. So when you come back to yourselves in that moment, in that place, with the log cabin and the frosted land, inclemently covered in snow, as it is high summer. Granted, you were pretty far north, but It is high summer, and the ground is covered in white. You have a suspicion that it had something to do with the proximity of Isravela. You came back to stand in the snow. The snow golems are gone, and the apparition of the woman that had kind of brought you to this sort of mind palace state was also gone, and in the midst of you was Isravela, kind of hunkered on the ground, weeping. And that is where we left the last game. In that moment, you do realize that as you kind of glance around at the group and kind of gather yourselves after your whatever that was, you realize that Saul is no longer among your number. So whatever force that had whipped Saul...
Did she die?
You don't know. However, she kind of comes and goes as is the will of whatever power brought her here in the first place. Because as you recall, every single time she's joined your party, it's been just kind of... and she's there. So it's possible she died. It's also far more likely that she was whipped away by whatever force controls her fate or destiny or what have you. So...
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
We can indeed. And that was very timely. So, the group of you are assembled in a kind of partial circle around the form of Isravela, taking stock of yourselves and what's going on around you, noting that Saul is missing. What do you do?
I mean, if she's weeping, I'm still keeping weapons out because she is very dangerous. I mean, I'm sorry that she's having a mental breakdown, but I'm not going to die.
That's fair.
But
Just to let you know, on the stream, all the videos dropped all of a sudden.
Damn it. I know why, too. Give me a second. Give me a moment. I will fix it momentarily.
Admittedly, I don't have the audio on for the stream on my laptop, so I don't know if the audio cut out too. But we're back.
Okay. Cool.
Hey, are we aware of just our own individual confrontation there, or are we kind of aware of the other ones as well?
You,
like everyone
at
else is?
this point, are only aware of what you specifically experienced.
Okay. I'm going to walk over to her and try to pull her into a hug.
Damn, Katie.
You see, as you kind of... She's... glances up at you in a moment, and there's this kind of weird... Any and sundry can make an insights check.
I got an 8.
14.
Dirty 20.
Damn, Malin.
Same with a deer, a dirty 20.
I got a 12.
You got it, 12. All right. I'm sorry, Katie, you told me. What did you roll, though?
14.
Thank you. Okay. So Leoben and Katie, as you kind of pull her into this embrace, she kind of glances up to you, and she doesn't resist you, but there's just zero... You kind of get the impression that there's not any... Like, she's not functioning super well. She's just kind of going with it. There's no recognition, there's no kind of... Like, there's no resistance, but there's no, like, recognition that really... what's happening is something that's happening to her. There's a lot of disassociation there and that's kind of all you're witnessing. And Kira, you too. Sorry, you were 12. Whereas Adira and Malin, there is a brief flash of this weird sort of recognition in Isravela's eyes. At first, when Katie goes in, like there's a little bit of a recoil, very, very subtle bit of a recoil, but then there's this flash of recognition that it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I recognize you, but I don't know why. And so she then lets it happen. So where the others are definitely thinking like she's disassociating, she's just kind of letting it happen. The two of you are aware that this has happened because she is allowing it to happen without resisting. So Katie, she doesn't return your embrace, but she is embraced by you.
Okay. I just kind of hold her.
You see after a moment she kind of reach up and like she doesn't quite like she doesn't like shove you away or anything like that, but she kind of very gently like takes you by the shoulders and kind of indicates that she's done.
Okay, I'll step back.
And you see like the tears are still kind of coming out of her eyes, and even as you're watching, like they're coming out of her eyes and then freezing on her face. And you see she kind of reach up and just with a hand kind of wipe the frozen tears away. And she kind of glances up at the group of you. Interesting. And you see she kind of stands and dusts off her dark blue attire. She looks at Katie. I feel as though I know you. All of you. But I don't think we've ever met.
You tried to kill us, but I doubt that narrows it down.
I mean, I guess I don't know about everybody else here, but I think I was kind of just in your head for a little bit, and I'm really sorry that happened to you. They were awful people.
Ah, yes. That was you. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
She kind of glanced, like one by one, she kind of goes down the line. And I suspect, and she kind of glances at Malin with the giant fucking axe out, I suspect you originally came here to kill me.
I mean,
you were part of a spiritual septumvirate that turned into a dragon that wanted to try and destroy the world, so yeah, kind of.
We prefer the world not to end.
There's that.
it's where I keep my stuff.
And also that.
Brian, make a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh, hell. Right, so straight D20 roll. Let's see what happens, folks.
But with advantage.
Yeah, but my charisma's at 10. I ain't got no proficiency.
At least it's not an 8.
You're right, it's not an 8 on the lower die, which was an 8.
Oh, God.
It's a 9, which is what I got on the higher die. So you're right, it is not an 8.
I feel you.
It was not an 8.
Oh, Lord. So that's a thing.
Well, I don't particularly wish to die. But, and she kind of glances over at specifically at Katie, I don't have a particular desire to continue fighting you either.
I mean, really our priority is stopping the world from ending and not killing you. So if there's a way we can do that, I'm all for it.
Aren't they mutually exclusive?
That is a question that I do not know the answer to, but I would need time to discover it.
That's
Adira,
very nice.
Is that something we can do?
That's very nice, but I don't think I trust you. Sorry. I'm sure you're having a wonderful, change of heart, and it's, a Hallmark Christmas movie and all that shit, but...
I'm still processing a lot of it.
What is this Christmas thing? Adira is going to make a Arcana check to see if there's any way that we cannot kill this person. Is that the appropriate check?
Yeah.
Okay. If it doesn't fall off my dice thing, there we are. Total of 25.
You're pretty sure that her death is pretty integral to severing the ties between what has kind of bound the various constituent parts of a Kodoban together, thus creating the capability of reducing a Kodoban's influence and power over the world. Hi, Phoenix. Welcome to the stream. You're fairly convinced that her
my new house.
Yay! So you're fairly convinced that death is necessary, but also as an arcane caster, you also know that arcane caster of some experience. You also know that death is not necessarily the end of everything at that point. If there were contingencies in place, she may be able to continue on as in some form or another, simply not this physical one.
So Adira is actually going to say this. She's going to say, well, I understand that you do not wish to die and you do not wish to keep fighting us. And then she regurgitates all that because, yeah.
So, like, if she did die and I reincarnated her as something, would that work?
I don't know. Does my 25 still count?
I mean, there would still be death, but new, what mortal form thing was that you said?
Are we talking reincarnation or are we talking resurrection? There is a difference.
I will say this is not kind of fall into the auspices of Arcana. This is more of a metaphysical, religion check. So anybody that wants to can roll a religion check.
I will attempt a religion check. Oh, hell, dirty 20.
Nice. Go, Katie.
Adira's fucking lost.
23 for Kira. Adira's lost. Malin, did you roll, or are you not going to bother?
I'm not going to bother.
Okay.
I don't know this crap.
So yeah, I got Katie and Katie and Kira. We have a bunch of C names and then a bunch of names that end with So eventually it's just going to become Kadira, and that's it. That's the end of it.
Note name for next character.
God damn it.
Dira.
Hate you so much right now. So Katie and Kira, you are, based on the information that you've been given, you are fairly certain that a resurrection would completely negate any effort made to, it would not work. Resurrecting her immediately following killing her would simply put her back into the same body that had these ties, therefore reanimating and keeping them tethered to this larger force. Whereas reincarnation puts them in a brand new body, and whatever ties that had brought them there would be severed.
Okay,
Can
Katie.
you do that?
Katie?
I can do that.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
yeah.
I'll look over at Isravela. Your death is unavoidable, and for that I am sorry. I can give you a quick death. She can bring you back.
We can give you a new body, new life.
It won't
Yours
be
to do with what you want.
this body. It would be something else, and I don't believe Katie has any control over what it is.
I was like, do you get to pick? Can you make her can
no,
she
it's
pick
a
whether
D1. It's like a D100 roll.
Yeah,
it's like, can you,
completely at random.
But it
Oh,
sounds
like,
like
so
a
you can't,
second chance.
So you can't be like, well, I would like to be hot this round.
Unfortunately, no.
I mean, you could still be hot. You'd just be like a hot bugbear or something like that, if you're into that sort of thing.
I'm sure somebody is into that.
You know what? Furries are out
Don't
there, and I'm not
kink-
here to judge.
Don't kink shame.
I mean, bugbears would be into that.
This sounds
Yeah,
like
totally.
Arborea. This sounds like Arborea roulette. Sounds gonna be. It's gonna be a lot of
Arborea
fun.
roulette. Canon. That's canon now.
It's a thing.
Reincarnation is referred to in Arborea as Arborea roulette. She kind of. I would like for. We're gonna go. I will say. You may choose between Katie and Kira, who wishes to make the advantaged persuasion check.
Now, how's Katie's persuasion?
+1.
I will make the advantage persuasion check. I'm only a +4, but it's better than a 1.
It's 4 times better, in fact.
17 and 17 plus 4, so 21.
That's the best I could have possibly rolled.
There's really no way Adira could have done this, because she would have gotten that on a 4.
So she kind of.
So disgusting.
Yes, there is no way Adira could have done this, because she did not present her with that option.
It's a very earnest paladin.
The very earnest paladin and the one of you that helped her out as opposed to fighting against her. Regardless if it was for good or ill intent, that was a huge factor.
Yeah, well, she turned into like this big snake.
Again, regardless if it was for good or ill intent,
Yeah.
You know,
It's just kind of fortunate that
you're
I happen
asking
to be in
for
a situation where
accountability
it's
from
like,
people
yeah, no,
that-
these guys are being assholes. Turn into a dragon. Fuck them up.
You're asking for accountability for someone that does not used to having to take accountability for their actions. As most tyrants are. Recovering tyrants.
recover. Is there like AA for recover tyrants? It's
Yes.
like TA.
Tyrants Anonymous, it's a thing.
Tyrants Anonymous. Hi, is Ravela.
Hi, my name is Genghis Khan. Hi, Genghis Khan.
I killed like half of China.
But on the plus side, I fathered more than 1,000 children, so it kind of it's a wash, right?
Go me.
I founded a literal dynasty.
So what you're saying is
several,
you watered down the
several.
gene pool by having over 1,000. No,
I mean, if you're of Asian descent, there's like a 1% chance that you have some
I
of
think
Genghis
it's more.
Khan.
I think it's more than that. I think it's like
It's a ridiculous. It's
a lot.
He had so many fucking kids. If you're of Asian descent, there is a non-zero probability that you're related in some way to Genghis Khan.
fair enough.
A certain Asian sense.
At any rate, she kind of ponders for a moment. Well, we are in a bit of a rock and a hard place, and you are offering me a solution.
I could just fuck you up. So you know,
I mean,
it's your choice.
I also could just, in your own immortal words, fuck you up.
I mean, that's fair, but
So, either we assure each other's destruction mutually, or we take the less bloody option. Very well, I accept your terms.
Yay.
yeah.
Da 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 da.
Yeah. Cool.
I will start prepping the reincarnation spell.
So you see, she kind of turns to Kira, who's the one that offered to kill her. And I've never
Well,
been.
the one who offered to kill her painlessly.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Fair.
I mean, I offered to fuck her.
Malin
up.
offered to kill her. Kira offered to do it quickly.
I mean,
No, that actually very much tracks with your characters.
It does.
I mean, I guess I do have a way to make sure it is quick and painless.
You know what? I think my best bet. And you see she gets down on the ground and kind of like not like on her knees, but kind of like in a seated, like almost meditative position. And she closes her eyes and she says, I don't know who's going to do it. I don't want to know who's going to do it, and I don't want to see it coming. Just do it
I
quickly.
swing my hammer. like before she finishes talking.
She gets to quick, and then it's just.
Yep.
Okay.
So go ahead and give me critical damage with your hammer.
Okay.
If you want to add things to it, now would be the time.
I was gonna say, to ensure that she dies quickly, and as I told her I would do for her, like I would pump as much divine smite into that shit as I can.
Okay, how much divine smite can you pump into that shit?
I'm checking my spell slots.
She is not a fiend or a dragon or an undead.
Yeah.
Today.
We leveled.
With her being, may I ask, with her being sitting down and kind of with her eyes closed or whatever, is she considered helpless in terms of like auto critting?
Yeah, that's why I'm giving her crit damage.
So yeah, I would dump a 4th level smite into it.
Okay.
So give me a second to get all of the dice. I also would have put my shield down.
Okay.
So that I can double hand it.
And for what it's worth, if this doesn't kill her, I'll follow up with a Vorpal.
Ooh, snicker snack, bitch.
Which
You just wanted to do that again.
It's a beautiful
again,
thing.
it's the only time I've ever used it so
No,
far.
he wanted to say that he wanted to do snicker snack.
I just
again.
wanted
That's
to
what
say
he
snicker
wanted.
snack again.
That's fair.
Now I want a Snickers.
You know, I kind of do too.
Yeah, Snickers sound real good.
You've got cake.
I could go for a Snickers snack.
I too could go for a snicker snack.
Okay. I'm adding here, folks.
And we're vamping. You add, we'll vamp.
Hey, do you guys want a little preview of tomorrow's Bears Eye Argia game?
Sure, while Phoenix
yes.
finishes adding.
Oh God.
Right there.
It's fine.
Oh wait. Squishy humanoid for scale.
Do you have any idea how few hit points I have right now? Fuck.
Doesn't matter, Amaya, fuck it up. She'll go toe to toe.
Fuck. It's fine. Everything's fine.
That is 104 points.
Oh yeah, she dead.
All right.
Oh yeah, she dead. All right, she is a splatter on the ground.
Ew.
Right. I will then begin casting Reincarnate.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Is she going to manifest as her new form right the fuck here?
Oh, I hope not. That would be really
believe
confusing.
So?
Oh man,
touch
what if she's like a baby? We gotta take a baby.
No.
Fully an adult.
No. Here. You touch a dead
Read me the spell
humanoid or
description,
a
please.
All right. You touch a dead humanoid or a piece of a dead humanoid, provided that the creature has been dead no longer than 10 days. Yeah. The spell forms a new adult body for it, and then calls the soul to enter that body. If the target soul isn't free or willing to do so, the spell fails. The magic fashions a new body for the creature to inhabit, which likely causes the creature's race to change, blah, 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 P100.
Okay. So you begin casting Reincarnate, and even in that moment of... So you feel, when the hammer hits home, you feel the same kind of power release that you'd felt with the other deaths of the constituent members of Akodaban's essence. You feel that release. However, now that you kind of know that resurrection potentially could keep that from being a permanent thing, you do feel a very slight tendril of just hanging onitude. But as hanging onitude, that's right, that's a thing now. But as Katie begins to cast the spell, you see as she touches the spattered corpse of Isravela. And Katie, like, you know resurrection and how it works. Like, it doesn't do anything to the body or the body part that you use as your component, or it shouldn't. but as you cast the spell, you see the body kind of start to wither and crumple, almost like somebody crumpling a piece of paper.
Ooh.
Leaving behind all of her goods and whatnot. And a body starts to form on the snow. I need you to go ahead and roll that D100 to 100 and tell me what's popping out. It was maybe the wrong choice of words.
Looks like the version of the spell they've got in here is pretty standard for, like, these are the types of playable races in 5th Ed.
Okay.
So, no chance of bugbear.
Well, if you want, we could quickly look online to see if there. I imagine with all the books and stuff, there's probably an expanded.
Let's do that, because that sounds like more fun. I will pull that up. Give me a second.
Yep.
Expanded.
I am ready to roll the D100 for when you find that guide.
Reincarnate. Auto-populated and everything. Here we go.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's a whole ass thing.
The internet knows what people want.
This table of reincarnation is brought to you by N-World.
Ooh.
Oh no, that's the forum. I don't want the forum. I want the table. Give me the fucking table.
End world seems fitting for our current situation.
I know, right? Come on.
We're waiting. My cat is stupid. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Well, and even some of these expanded ones aren't as expanded as other. What about this one?
Brian, if you find one that you like, let me know, because I am...
I mean, technically, the expanded list doesn't have to be a 5th Ed specific one.
No, it doesn't.
Unless we're planning on running her as a played character. It's all just fluff anyway.
This one's maybe more of a Pathfinder one.
Jesus, okay.
But we could try to run with it.
Alright, I've got one. This is going to be multiple rolls. Roll your die.
Alright. D100 gives us an even 90.
Ooh. Now I have to find the right... Give me a second, I'm trying to find the right fucking table.
So for the folks watching at home, if we'd been going off the normal table, that would have been human.
Very exciting. Okay, seriously, you need to label these better, you fuckers.
That's the blind guy.
So I will point out that the casting time for reincarnate is an hour.
Sure is.
Yep.
So while Katie is working on that, Akira would kind of like nod over to Leoben and like, over it is Ravela's stuff.
Yeah.
All right, I found this.
Shit.
So we'll get to that in a second. All right, so roll me another D100, please.
Another D100. Da, 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 da. 79.
79.
Oh no.
Please tell me it's a bugbear.
For the folks at home,
That's so
if we
much-
were going by the regular table, that also would have been human.
This is so much better than a bugbear. So you see... Alright, so casting starts going off, and you see a form start to take shape in the snow. You guys start going through her shit. We'll get to what that happens in that in a second. This is gonna be awesome.
I'm a little scared now.
You should be.
I don't like this.
It's funny. It's great. It's gonna be great. I'm okay. Let me pull up her sheet real quick, because that's, of course, the one thing I didn't pull up. Alright, you find on her person...
Her previous person.
You find in the pile of cloth where her body used to be...
Alex, you do not need a sword. Stop it.
I disagree entirely.
He's going for my athame. God damn it.
We don't need Alex running around with an athame.
No!
Not going to end well for anybody.
I mean, he's dumb enough that he'd probably hurt himself first.
You find a... Really, she just has 3 items on her. She has a circlet, she has a robe, and she has a wand.
And in that time, Adira can identify probably them all.
Oh, that's right, because it's 10 minutes, not an hour like it used to be.
Well, if Adira's using spells and stuff, I imagine, right?
Yeah. Are you using spells, Adira?
Well, I can cast it ritually from my book.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
So,
It's a pretty standard fare. Circlet of Concentration, so you have another one in the party. A Robe of the Archmagi, but it is evil. And a Wand of War Magic +3.
I think Saul took the other circlet of concentration.
Oh, you are correct.
Saul
There is one in the party that you may now use. Saul has the other one. So, that is what you discover on her corpse. Or on her pile of clothing, because her corpse is now gone. Is there anything else you guys do in that hour? Do the rest of you take a short rest? Anything like that?
Short rest, please.
Kira wants to chat with Leoben. We gotta have a talk.
Okay.
And so, like, I'll try to pull Leoben aside, because...
Okay.
Admittedly, we're in a wintry area, so Leoben probably, after grabbing the loot, would have been, and throwing it in the bag, would have been like, hey, we should maybe start a fire, because when she comes back, she'll probably be cold and
Naked.
and we're probably going to get cold waiting for her, and
Let's
fire.
go find some firewood.
All right. Malin and Adira, you guys can take a short rest. You guys, Leoben and Kira, you'll probably also get a short rest, but we're gonna have your conversation first.
Although once we're far enough away that we're out of earshot from the others, we'll be like, did I do something wrong? What's going on here? Okay, sorry. I don't know, you're just like, Leoben, we need to have a talk. And I was like, for a moment.
I'm not a school marm, Leoben.
No, but I'm also the only guy running around in an adventuring group full of women, so sometimes I get a little sensitive when I get singled out.
That's fair. Leoben, you're not in trouble.
All right. What's going on?
That last fight was really bad. And it's gonna get worse. And we need to have a talk about what happens, or what has to happen if I don't make it.
Okay.
The haversack can't fall into their hands.
Okay.
So I need you to make me a promise that if I go down, if Katie can't bring me back, you take this haversack and you get the fuck out.
Like, leave everyone behind and get the fuck out?
You get the fuck out. I'm not under any illusions that, like, oh no, if I go down, everybody's gonna die. But I'm one of the two with the power to bring people back. And I take a lot of damage. And if I'm not there to take damage, that means Adira is in more danger. That means Katie's in more danger. If they take out Katie too, then nobody can bring anybody back.
Right.
And you need to take the haversack and go. Promise.
Okay. Okay. Actually, now that we have a moment, if you don't mind, I'd like to. So, when I got this whole Shadow Guardian gig, and admittedly, it was to protect the. Part of it's to protect the bearer of the haversack of horribleness. So, I mean, that's kind of part and parcel and easy enough to do.
Yeah.
So, at one point, they gave me a ring
Right.
that would effectively stop me from aging. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm ever since we met up with you and Mullen, I mean, with all the chaos and adventures we've been through, like, this is us, this is our group, this is what we do.
Yeah.
But I'm only like, I'm still in my teens. I'm
You're a kid.
And the thought of doing it in perpetuity is a little scary.
I understand.
I guess I don't really know where I was going with this, but I just wanted to let you know.
Well,
Like, it wasn't well, it's just a lot.
it's a lot. I am in my 20s, in my young 20s, and I will be until I die. So maybe, do you have to wear the ring for it to, I'm assuming, for it to keep you from aging?
Correct.
Give it a few years. Give it a few years and then put it on, if you want to.
I mean, the yeah, I'll have to take some time to process all of that, really, because
A lot.
yeah.
I understand. I'm still processing it myself and what that means.
And he just kind of
Give him a hug.
Leoben definitely reciprocates, and then it's like, all right, let's grab some firewood, I suppose, because it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's gonna get cold.
Funny enough, I don't have spare clothing necessarily in the haversack, so.
So you gather the firewood and return to the camp. You build a fire close to where Katie is continuing the spell.
Take a short rest.
You may get a short rest, everybody but Katie. Katie, about halfway through, the casting, you weren't entirely sure what was going to happen. Like, you've never, I do not believe you cast resurrection before, or reincarnation before.
Not yet.
The form that is starting to grow appears to be very green. And there appears to be, at least in the torso region, a kind of hardening shell. And as you finish the casting, you see a full-grown, female-bodied turtle.
I love it.
This chart that you had, that I had you roll on, had basically breakout charts. You rolled the exotic chart, which contained things like changeling, tabaxi, leonin, that sort of thing. You rolled turtle. So Isravela, she kind of blinks her turtle person eyes, just kind of, I feel kind of weird. And you see she kind of glances down. Oh, for fuck's sake. And you see she's on her back and she starts to try to roll to get up.
And
He
Tira
starts
glances
helping
over
push her over.
and just kind of glances over and just says, Arborea roulette to herself and keeps doing it.
You push her over, and she kind of is able to get up at that point. It's just like, oh, this is terribly undignified.
I mean,
She's
when
a
we're
Scottish turtle now?
In my head, all turtles sound like this.
I mean, when we're in less of a time crunch, we could try it again if you want. I mean, it would involve dying again, but
a bit like
you can always-
waste of resources. Go save the world. I'll kind of glances down at herself. Deal with this.
Is she naked?
I mean, she is, but she's a turtle person, so there's not visible genitalia.
I have like some extra. I have some extra clothes, so like I would try to.
You have to kind of cobble together a few, because like she's not very tall, but she's just broad.
Mm.
So yeah, you kind of cobble together an outfit for her, and she, once she's kind of satisfied, is just kind of, well, I appreciate the second chance. If I might request, at least for the time being, that you forget, for all intents and purposes, Isravela died here today.
What would you like us to call you?
I don't know. I'll have to work that out for myself.
Say Yertle, I will die.
I'm not gonna say Yertle. Oh, what was the fucking giant turtle's name in Neverending Story?
I hated that turtle. I wanted to kill that turtle.
I can't remember. Anyway,
And I'm going Italian and thinking tortellina.
Tortellina. So she kind of excellent.
Orla the Ancient One.
Orla, that's right. So yeah, we're gonna go. I like that. I actually kind of like that name. So she's just, let's go with Orla for now.
Awfully close to Orly.
You stop that. Probably we just lost cameras again. God damn it.
But I think the audio was still.
Yeah, audio's fine. We just lost cameras. It's fixed. I gotta not minimize the Zoom call, otherwise it does that. All right. So she kind of just Orla for now. And you see she kind of glances around at you. I have no doubt at some point we will meet again. And you see
I hope so.
you see she kind of holds out a like there's digits on her big turtle hand, but they're kind of large and cumbersome. And you see she kind of she goes through the motions of casting a spell, and it takes, like, those of you who have some arcane, like, casting ability kind of watch her, like, test out a couple of things before she does it. But then she manages to very deftly kind of do this complicated magic, and she disappears.
She keeps all of her arcane ability? Oh no. This could have been...
Oh yeah.
She's still a
Oh.
20th
Oh, yeah,
she's still a 20th level wizard.
Oh!
You keep everything with reincarnate.
Oh, I don't think I realized that.
I mean, racial features and ability modifiers will change, but
On the
This
plus
is-
side, because of what you did, she went from an evil character to a neutral character, so she's less likely to try to destroy everything.
I mean, I'm okay with that. We can deal with her later if we need.
I will also
This
point
was
out...
Actually-
a terrible plan.
Also, might not be a bad thing to have her on our side, especially if and when we have to go up against Mordecai. Because in case we've forgotten, that asshole's still out there.
I will also add, Kira, if your patron if you were a paladin of anybody but Zaratsu,
Mm-hmm.
killing an unarmed woman like that would have lost you your power. Fortunately for you, Zaratsu is a much more pragmatic lawful good deity.
I know my god.
Well, and it was with
It was with her consent.
It was, but there's a lot of deities that would be like the ends do not justify the
Yeah,
means.
it's true.
Fortunately, you know your god well enough that was not an issue. I just wanted to point that out for anybody in the chat who's like, she's a paladin, she shouldn't have been able to do that. At any rate. So you are, once again, your group, alone, this time in the frozen wood by a roaring fire, having just seen a turtle woman teleport herself to who the fuck knows where.
Is there a wall of ice still surrounding the cabin?
No, the wall of ice is gone as if it had never been there. You do see giant snow mounds where there had formerly been snow golems. But even as you're standing there, like, the air temperature seems to be rapidly rising, because it is still high summer. And you suspect that the cold temperatures were simply because of her madness and the proximity in this area. So, like, the air temperature is rapidly rising, and you see the snow is starting to take on that kind of half-melted look that it takes on when it hits to, like, 50 in Minnesota after a snow, like it did last week. So, and, like, in this area, high summer generally means there's, you know, the highs are going to be somewhere in the 70s, but that generally means there's still not going to be snow on the ground. What do you do?
Should probably rest up and then go take care of those last two. Those are the last two, correct?
Just the last
Yeah.
two.
And they, last week, could tell they hate each other's guts, which means there's the potential of sicking them on each other.
Right. Well, so we know there's one in the plains and there's one in the Thrufells, yeah?
Right.
So maybe we go chat with the one in the Thrufells since we have a number of...
Yeah, geographically,
Locations
you are
we
actually
can go to
closer
there.
to the plains, but you actually have a means of teleporting to the Thrufells.
Yeah. And we could do that. Like, agree to help him in exchange for also we get to kill you? I don't know. I don't really feel great about that, but...
I'm pretty sure that's like a one-time thing. We're not going to be able to talk everybody into killing them. To letting us
You
kill them.
mean, we might, especially if Adira does the talking.
I'm happy to convince people to end themselves. Or let us end them.
Wait, this game has gone in a direction I
Yeah,
was
that's
not
fair.
anticipating.
Adira takes a moment of pause and says, that came out wrong.
I'm happy to convince people to commit suicide. It's fine.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not creepy or anything.
Yeah.
no, not at all. But it's an interesting strategy. Like, hey, so we could either just fight each other to the death, and for keepsies, and then that's it for one of us, or
Well, I mean, question,
let us
Katie.
kill you, and then we can bring you back and
Do
just
we
go our separate ways.
know? Do we know
I'm
if
not excited about this bringing people back thing because they keep all their shit. And if they, I mean, I think it's lovely that she's had an epiphany, whatever. But do we really believe she had an epiphany?
I mean, I've still got her wand and her circlet and her robe in the bag. She didn't keep her shit.
Kira, what were you saying?
She kept her abilities.
Well,
With how much everybody around her was being a dick, it's no wonder she went a little crazy.
So, here's a question. Do we know if the guy in the Screwfells, he's got to be... He's not necessarily evil. Like, what's his face? The first dude wasn't evil.
Eric, the Dwarf King.
If he's not evil, could this be a situation where Katie is able to can we make that same deal again? Because that would give us the
we have
potential
wandered
of...
into naive territory.
Have we? Or are we looking
Yeah,
at
we
it
kind of
from...
have.
Or are
Oh,
we
they're
looking...
not really bad. They're misunderstood. Really?
I mean,
How about we meet the guy? in
Vela?
this-
Yeah.
Offering somebody a chance at redemption is not naivety.
Okay.
We could also just meet them and see what happens. From the sounds of it, they're gonna try to kill each other because they deeply hate each other.
I would just like to have a plan. I don't like running into it without a plan.
Well, who's the one?
First, we need to know where they are.
Well, Carrick is the one in the Frufells.
Well, we know generically one's in the Thrufells, one's on the Torith Plains, at least when they first arrived.
Yes, but
But
also...
weren't they all kind of slowly making their way towards Saul's Rest anyway?
That was the implication, yes, that they would eventually wind up in Saul's Rest.
So who knows how close they are to Saul's Rest at this point?
The how long of it, though, was kind of up in the air, because, it seems they have some, depending on their kind of nature and personality, have some unfinished business that they may want to take care of first, so, they may want to just try to destroy each other before they end up in Saul's Rest. Or they may try to destroy each other in Saul's Rest. It's really kind of subjective at this point.
So at least getting an eye on them to kind of see where they're at.
Oh, okay.
And then we can kind of make our plan once we figure out what's going on. Whether that plan be to negotiate or just
I don't think we want to have to fight both of them. So the solution to we don't want to have to fight both of them is we convince one of them to let us throw in with them, help them defeat the other, and then we've got to make some sort of deal.
and we're leaning more towards the dwarves on that front than the orcs or half orcs.
If I remember correctly, the half-orc was all about chaos and destruction. And I don't know about you all, as much as I love a little chaos in my life, chaos and destruction is a very, very dangerous combination that is not good for the continued existence of everything.
While we're having the discussion, GM, I'm going to check the haversacks to make sure nothing else has gone missing.
Okay. You poke through the haversack of terrible things and find that nothing else is missing.
Do you need me to tell you that I'm doing that every time I wake up now?
You can say, I'm going to check every time I wake up and make sure nothing else is missing, and if that changes, I will let you know.
Okay, I am going to do that.
Okay. So, what is the course of action?
Can we see if we can find the gentleman in the fruit hills? That seems to be the more logical course of action from my standpoint.
I would agree. Let's...
I would also agree that throwing in with one of them, if there is to be a battle between the two, throwing in with one of them would probably be the best option.
Yeah, from a tactically speaking, that would make sense.
No argument here.
Well, you have already taken a short rest. Do you want to take a long rest and then see where that takes you?
I wouldn't mind a long rest.
Why don't we, if we're gonna have to teleport out anyway, why don't we teleport back to the tower where we know we're safe and also not freezing to death?
Then I can drop stuff off too.
Yeah.
So, everybody hands in, weep to the tower?
Weep to the tower.
Alright. So you end up back at Rowan Tower. Everything is very much as you left it. And then long rest?
Please.
Okay. Go ahead and give yourselves the benefits of a long rest. Malin.
Yes?
You all sleep, but Malin, towards the end of your rest, and at this point, days and nights have kind of all blurred together, just because you're needing to rest so often after various fights, and also the sun is gone. But Malin, as you're just kind of waking up after your long rest, you hear in your head a voice that you recognize to be your mother's.
Okay.
And you hear, Malin, I have to count.
Wait, say that again. I have to count?
No, I have to count. That's not what they say. Malin, there are warriors marching on the dwarven roads.
Can I communicate back with her?
You are passingly familiar with this spell. It's called Sending. You know you can, but you have a limited amount that you can say back.
Which ones? And how many?
You can up to 25 words. You can say whatever you want, but up to 25 words.
No, which dwarven holds and how many warriors?
Gotcha. There's a brief pause as somebody casts the spell a second time. And she replies, she tells you, because there's just dozens of holds in the mountains, but she tells you the ones that Merrick is from.
Okay.
And I don't have a name for it off the top of my head, but she tells
that's fine.
It tells you the ones that Merrick is from. And so she basically says, blah, dwarven holds, roughly, from my count, 1,200 warriors.
Is Merrick with you?
So, another pause as she casts the spell again. This is the last time I can do this. No, he's in Winterhold.
Okay. Love you, Mom. We'll be there soon. All right, I will go start. I get prepping and waking people up.
Okay. Now, fortunately for you, because of fortunately, Malin, you actually have one of your wedding present from Merrick would technically qualify as an item from those holds.
Oh, perfect.
Hey, babe.
Yo.
Jesse says that everyone other than you is echoey and the music is too loud.
Okay. Not sure what I can do about the echoey, but the music should be down. So, Malin, you wake everybody up. And I assume delineate this information.
I do, and I let them know that we can use my axe to teleport there immediately.
Do the rest of you...
Do you want to do that, or do you want to teleport the Winterhold and get Merrick and take him with us? The helm is still up on charges.
Teleports do you have?
I've got all 3.
That might not be a bad idea.
That would only leave us one left, though, until we can rest again.
Yeah, but...
Okay. Just... let's do it. You know me,
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if I've been doing this before and saying it out loud, but I'm going to ritually cast Endure Elements on everybody too, just in case.
Excellent. Okay. So in the interest of time, you weep to Winterhold. Malin, you convince Merrick to come with you. You then weep to the Dwarven Holds. I know it's a little early, but we're going to take our break here as I get things kind of prepped and ready to go for the next stage of things. So it is a time of determining... It is 2:33. Let's come back at 2:45. So in about 12 minutes, it's 2:45 Central. To those on the stream, thank you for sticking with us, and we'll be back in about 12 minutes. Hello, and welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking it out for a little bit there. We're gonna jump right back into it. So the group teleported to Winterhold and picked up Malin's husband, who has been lovingly dubbed the Brad Pitt of dwarves. And then immediately whipped over to his home in the Dwarven Holds of the Thrufells, which is the kind of main... There's a number of smaller, like, holds in this... Each hold is kind of like its own, like, city-state, so to speak. However, each inhabited by each of the clans. And each of the clans is... and each of the clans kind of rules over, but they form kind of a council of clans, so to speak, to kind of speak on behalf of all dwarves everywhere. So the home of Merrick is one of the more central dwarven holds, and it is Malin would have this information probably more than anybody else, but it is one of the oldest recorded settlements of dwarves in the Thrufell Mountains, dating back thousands and thousands of years. Not to say that the other ones aren't equally as... Because the most recent of the Dwarven Holds is at least 10,000 years old. It just happens that this is the eldest of all these extremely old Dwarven Holds.
And I got cake.
And you have cake. I'm going to not look at you eat the cake because I am jealous. At any rate, so as the group of you appears, Merrick is able to kind of narrow you down a wee bit to one of the actual teleportation circles inside the sort of capital structure, the Palace of the Kings, so to speak. And as you kind of materialize, it's pretty clear, like you've been in a Dwarven Hold. Malin, you more than once, but the rest of you have been in a Dwarven mine before. But you've never really been where the dwarves live. Malin, you have, so this is not unfamiliar to you, but you've never been kind of at the heart of the capital. So where you're standing, you're in this deep, what is clearly a deep underground cavern, where the pillars and whatnot go up to a ceiling that is just, it's so high up that no matter how, like, even with 120 foot of dark vision, like, you cannot see the top. But there is some kind of lighting, some kind of bioluminescence or like phosphorescent like fungi or something like that, kind of dotting the top ceiling, very much like a starry sky. The pillars themselves are, each individual pillar kind of holding this ceiling in place is massive in its scope, width, breadth. And as you're kind of looking at it, you realize that each pillar appears to house some kind of structure. Merrick explains that each of the kind of leaders within the city, each one of these pillars kind of represents their like family home, their ancestral family home. And you see there are, in fact, 7 of them. At the center, 7 total, 6 all around, and then 1 in the middle, which is where you're kind of standing right now. The kind of Palace of the Kings, and this is this massive grand structure. Very much, I don't know if anybody has played the Dragon Age Origins, but very Orzammar-esque. The lighting is, a lot of it is lava, like active lava. Well, magma, I suppose, because it is underground still. So the lighting fixtures are controlled channels of liquid hot magma forced into places where it is convenient to light. The dwarves themselves do not necessarily need lighting, but their dark vision is not super huge, so they do require some measure of lighting to see further than 60 odd feet. But as you pop into this place, it is quite a bustle with all manner of individuals, and you see like you're kind of in the main like grounds of this palace, and you see soldiers in formation kind of moving, these short dwarves with this incredibly dense and heavy stone armor, like moving as if they were wearing nothing at all because they're dwarves and that's what they do. Being led by this guy that appears to be like, all of them are wearing some kind of like, it seems to be some kind of stone armor, but the guy leading them is wearing what appears to be obsidian armor. This kind of almost glass, shiny matte or shiny black armor. And you see as your group appears, and this individual is kind of moving across with this large group, immediately looks over at the group of you, doesn't seem to miss much, and you see Merrick kind of go, "Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Oh, they're mobilizing.
They need to.
Apparently."
Good.
And he kind of glances over at the obsidian guy, who is now hesitating, and he says, "Wait here a moment." And he kind of jogs over to him, and you see that there is a conversation that happens. They are far enough away that they're hard to hear, but if you wanted to try to listen in, I would give you a perception check.
I am super listening into this.
Do you speak Dwarven?
I do.
All right. So
may I actually?
Anybody who wants to that can speak Dwarven can listen in. I will say that this is a situation where you would default to your passive if you roll under.
15.
Okay.
31.
Jesus
Christ. So Malin, you pick up bits and pieces of the conversation. You get the gist of it. Merrick is kind of asking what the situation is. He clearly knows who this person is. And the guy in obsidian armor seems to know who Merrick is. Brian, Leoben, you pick up in perfect, clear detail every nuance of their conversation. You do pick up a little bit that Merrick and this gentleman are related in some way. Not closely, maybe like a cousin or something like that. Like they're not immediate family, but like extended family. So Merrick basically just goes up and asks, what the situation is, and the Obsidian Warrior very quickly explains that about a day and a half ago, one of their ancient kings came back and took the throne.
Awkward.
And you miss a little bit of the nuance of it, but you glean the fact that the dwarves always kind of held a place for this guy.
Sure.
Sort of like an Arthurian legend kind of thing, like he will return in our time of greatest need sort of thing. So when he showed up, they're like, "Oh, okay, we weren't expecting this, but hey, here's your throne. Kept it warm for you."
So the current ruler basically kind of
stepped aside. Yep, they abdicated.
Yeah.
They ceded power. The trick is that the current hierarchy of the dwarves isn't kings or anything like that. Like they're clan elders fundamentally, and they're run by this council of elders from each of the dwarven things. This is a king from the time when all the dwarven holds were under one ruler. So he basically mentions, and he's going over this very, very quickly. Basically says that they've been trying to reach out to the other dwarven holds who may or may not acknowledge that this person is this ancient leader and are going to require proof. And there's been some forays into some diplomatic things to kind of get everybody on the same page. But during the course of all this, one of the further outlying to the east dwarven holds stopped responding and was very quickly discovered to have been destroyed by an invading force, which is mobilizing straight like an arrow straight towards this location.
Quick question. Do I catch a name?
Of whom?
Of the Arthurian figure.
Yes, in point of fact, his referred to as King Carrick.
Ah, crap. Crap.
We kind of knew that was coming.
Yeah, I know, but I was hoping.
Yeah, he's like, you knew it was coming, but you can hope, right?
King
I
Carrick, the once and current king.
Yes.
was really hoping. Well, this is gonna be fucking awkward. Alright.
And he basically states that this invading force is coming, so any diplomatic attempts with the other holds have been put on hold as they're mobilizing their forces to defend. Unfortunately, because of what happened with Winterhold and the dwarves trying to bolster after the invasion and all that stuff, a good chunk of their fighting force is in Winterhold right now. And while they've sent messages, Marek seems oblivious to this. They said they sent messages, but Marek is like, this is news to me, and I would be the person they would be sending messages to. So there's some kind of potential fuckery happening there. But they've attempted to send messages to call in their reinforcements. But even if the messages were received, there was no way they could move that many dwarves into a defensive position. The best they could hope for is a flank and a push from behind.
Well, this is awkward as fuck. Okay, great.
So Marek kind of listens to all of this, takes it in very quickly, takes a beat, and says, "All right, carry about your business. I'm gonna go over to there." And you see the Obsidian Warrior kind of and there's that moment, and everybody sees that moment where the Obsidian Warrior, and again, he's got a full face mask on. You can't read facial expressions or anything like that, but there's an obvious hesitation, I don't know if I take orders from you. But then he turns and continues on his way, and Marek comes back to the group of you, and he very, very briefly explains what's going on.
Well, some bitch. This is going to be real awkward. Okay.
I don't think it changes our plan.
No, but it's not now, but...
Well, the problem I foresee with all of this is, as the sitting king of the dwarves, even with, and he kind of glances at Katie. I'm sorry, did you outline your plan to Marek when you picked him up?
We probably would have.
Admittedly, I don't know if we totally have a plan at this point.
Well,
we're talking about
offering the deal with resurrection again, kind of like you did with Isabella.
The reincarnation.
Yeah, sorry, reincarnation.
If he's king of the dwarves, he's gonna be like, nope.
Unless you can guarantee he'd come back as a dwarf, I don't think he'd go for it.
Is he said to be honorable?
Doing it, eventually he'd come back as a dwarf.
Oh my god!
What kind of a king was he known to be, or reported to be?
Let's roll Marek's history and see how much he remembers from his classes in school.
Oh Lord! If
He rolled
anything like me,
he rolled a 3. He's like,
I don't know.
He was an ancient king who succumbed to ultimate power. That is the extent of what I understand. So anything that you could devise, I mean, we can go see him.
I think we're going to have to. Lord, I don't want to have to fight all... Oh, God, this is awkward!
I think we don't need to worry about him right this second.
Okay. Well, let's go chat.
That's a tomorrow problem.
That's a tomorrow problem.
Now the 7 that made up the dragon, they made the choice to make up the dragon, correct?
I have no clue. That was never explained.
No. You don't know. You don't know if it was a choice. You don't know if it was just happenstance. You don't know.
We have no idea how that happened. Well, let's go have a chat with the once and future king.
Once and current king.
True. Ugh. Man, if this happens, if we have to kill this guy, I'm never going to be able to live here. really gonna make a. I look at Merrick. This is gonna make Thanksgiving really fucking awkward. I just want you to know this.
Yep.
And as we start heading, I'm gonna kind of fall back slightly and grab Kira's hand to kind of have her also fall back slightly.
I will do so.
Taking Malon's worries into concern about not living here and whatever, and realizing that the stubbornness of dwarves can be, well, horrible.
You hear Odd, I'm right here!
I'm sorry, Odd, but even you have to admit that dwarves can, well, I mean, it's where we got the word stubborn from, is from the dwarven language. So,
Look, just because that's true! Alright, fine.
Rude.
If we wanted, God, I'm not even, this is such a horrible, there's a way we could end this quickly. But I don't think any of our party's gonna like it.
No.
And admittedly, if I get caught doing it, horrible, horrible shit will happen. However,
If it comes to that, it comes to that.
if it's done the right way, potentially it could galvanize the dwarves when we have to go face the Smallbeard.
Well, I would assume that that's who's coming right now. I would assume that's who they're preparing for.
So I could try to disguise myself as an orc and then assassinate the king.
I don't think that's it. I think let's have a conversation. It may be that may need to be what happens in the end, but I think doing so after the fight would be less likely to get all of us dead.
I concur with Kira. Also,
You're not
we
there.
fell back. You're not in this
oh,
conversation.
you're not there. Sorry, I apologize.
It's almost like I can feel Adira sitting on my
I feel
shoulder.
like Adira would
telling me
agree with this.
that this is
Sorry.
a horrible idea.
Other people are coming over to my house to visit my mom, and there was loud stuff happening in the
No,
background.
you're fine.
I missed that part.
It's all good. I realize you're right. We'll wait. We'll wait.
I'd like
I
to get a
promise.
sense of this king.
I promise I won't do anything unless we've discussed it further. But I'm just realizing with what I have available to me that potentially there is a way that this could go down quickly, but with obviously a lot of fallout.
Yeah. It's something to keep in mind in our arsenal of weapons. Hopefully it won't come to that.
God,
I don't like subterfuge.
Truthfully, I don't either.
Irony!
I like being sneaky, but not subterfuge. There's a difference.
So the group is ushered through the Palace of the Kings. and Kira and Leoben catch back up to the group. Merrick leads the way with a great deal of confidence of somebody that knows where he's going and has been there many times. And you are ushered, without too much in the way of questioning, into the kind of great hall. The long center table of which has been given over to a very large, very complex, three-dimensional map of the Thru'Fell Mountains. And you see a large quantity of dwarves of varying sizes, shapes, milling about, all kind of glance up as you tall folk enter. And you see at the very head of the table this dwarf who's a head taller than most of the other dwarves, which puts him in the realms of about 5'2". Fairly looks like an older dwarf. He's still got some color in his hair and his beard, but it's streaked with white. And he looks at you with very implacable eyes as he glances up, and he makes eye contact, and he kind of one by one goes over the group. And then in flawless common, without an accent: "So, you're the group that is intent on my death."
Wow. Guess we're not going to mince words today.
I don't have time.
Well, you are the one trying to destroy the world, so no.
Hey, Malin, that's not necessarily true. That's not actually true. Adira steps in and just...
Well, I'll just not talk then.
Malin!
It's nothing personal.
We've kind of been acting real unilaterally lately, so I'm not super cool with it, but I'll zip it.
Who's acting? Anyway, Adira steps forward and says, "It may be necessary to save the rest of the world, but for now there are larger problems that we hear, and I think we can ally ourselves with each other for at least the time being." I don't know, if you want me to make a persuasion roll, I can, but Adira's just being straight.
Go ahead, make a persuasion roll, just a straight roll.
Okay. Well, I got a 17 on that die, so that's a 34.
Svalbard Narhilt is on his way here. And regardless of my particular status in your eyes, he is going to destroy every dwarf in this hold. And with his sense of vengeance would subsequently follow with every other living dwarf on this continent.
And that is something that we cannot abide.
We have no desire for the deaths of your people. We're trying to do good. And while that may mean personally for you things that you would rather not have happen, our intent here is to preserve life, not to take it, unless it's needful.
And Svalbard is antithetical to our aims.
So you would ally yourselves with the dwarves with the idea that you would kill me after?
Dwarves came to the aid of my home when my home needed it. Yes, absolutely.
And we have potentially found other ways of eschewing your ultimate demise, if you will. And that is a conversation that we would be very much open to having, I believe.
I don't particularly care what comes after.
Insight check. $25.
Dira didn't get that good when I finally got the thing to rest. So go with hers.
I mean, the answer is the response is significantly more nuanced than I don't care what happens after, but it's fundamentally true. His main focus, his main concern is protecting the dwarves at this point. Very well. He kind of glances over at Merrick and Malin, who are standing next to each other. Malin, who's just kind of standing there seething. You seem to be the most desirous to end me.
I don't really care. I just don't want the world to end. If that means you live, great. If that means you die, great. My opinion doesn't matter. So I'm just going to shut up until it's time to hit something.
Right. Well, let's put you in charge of some battle units, shall we? So, here's how this is going to work. I'm going to tell you the types of units that are available to you. You guys can choose what you want. Because Malin, I was not anticipating Merrick being part of this initial battle, what we're going to do is instead of your charisma modifier, we're going to use his charisma modifier, and he's going to fight with you. You are going to be in charge, since you're from the Thruffell area, you're going to be in charge of the lair actions, because Svalbard is not. So.
Okay.
Let me pull up my notes. All right, so the units that are available to you is your standard Dwarven battalion, a battalion of clay golems, a battalion of bullets, which are land sharks, a battalion of stone giants, and a battalion of ancient dwarven ancestor warriors. So wraiths, fundamentally. What strikes your fancy?
Doesn't really matter. Does anyone else have a preference?
Katie would probably have the most affinity with either the bullets or the clay golems.
I am thinking for Leoben, being that I have awed the ancient dwarven wraiths might be a good choice for that one.
Okay.
From a flavor standpoint, I really like the idea of Malin leading a bunch of dwarves into battle, but that may be just me.
That would be a great picture.
It would.
That's fine. We can do that.
Mm-hmm.
What's left?
Stone
the
giants.
golems.
Stone giants and bullets.
Yup.
No, Katie, I think, was taking the...
Well, Katie said clay golems or bullets.
Okay. I'll take the stone giants. Bring it. Let's smash some shit.
What do you want, Katie? Adira will take whatever, because she can inspire whatever.
I mean, could golems or animals really be inspired?
I don't know.
Golems, maybe
Based
not.
off of my
Animals,
charisma, the
maybe.
battle rules are based off my charisma check, so I was just being silly.
Fair.
From an arcane standpoint / animal standpoint, it kind of makes sense for the bullets to go with a druid.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose the golems would be a little bit more arcane.
Sounds good.
Plus,
I
then
mean,
Adira can ride one into battle.
I'm handing
That's
control over to folk. Oh, who am I?
beautiful and kind of gross.
Who is this? That's the Bulette. So that's going to Katie.
Hey, there's a map.
There is. Adira. So I'm going to give you the necessary stats for your character, or for your units. As soon as I remember where the fuck everything is. There we go. Okay. Alright, I just copied and pasted everything. So look for your preferred unit and go from there. The biggest number you're going to need is to plug in... Malin, for you, Merrick's charisma modifier is +4. So that is what you're going to be using for that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give you your choice of the lair actions when that happens. When I fucking find what I did with them. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Oops. And I'm just going to send those directly to you in our one-on-one chat.
Got him.
Cool. So these are going to happen. They will have slightly different effects, given that this is a larger scale combat as opposed to a one-on-one combat. So just kind of tell me which one you want to do on a particular action, and then we'll figure out how that's going to work. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Cool. All right. Going to the map. Zooming the fuck out, because Jesus. All right. So, the throne room area, if you zoom out enough to see the whole map, the throne room area is the very bottom right of the map. I'm going to zoom out for our viewers. So the throne room area. And that is kind of where you were having this discussion. Now, the scale of this is not, 5-foot squares. The scale of this is each 5-foot square represents 20, or each inch square represents 25 feet. I'm going to move your units where they are going to start. And then you guys can kind of move them accordingly. So if you're moving through a channel or a hallway that is less wide than your troop is, which is most of them, you move at half speed, except for the Bulettes and the Wraiths. The Bulettes have basically the ability to kind of earth glide, and the Wraiths can pass through solid matter.
Would it be possible for Adira to give an inspiring speech at least to the players, if that's going to affect anything prior to this?
Yes. It probably won't affect anything for the mass combat portion of things, but it will potentially later.
Okay. So take the benefits of that. So it's what? My level plus charisma?
Yes.
22 extra hit points. Just know that for later.
I cast Death Ward on myself.
Okay.
I realize this is a random question, but as far as Isradella, which of the items was linked to her?
I don't.
The Orb of Flame? Or
It was no the
Mordecai's Chasuble? Or the hand wraps?
think it was
the
the
Chasuble.
Chasuble initially, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The hand wraps were associated with Svalbard. The orb with Carrick.
Okay.
Okay. So let's get initiative going. So your initiative for each of your units is not a rolled thing. It is a static number, so it's going to be 10 plus your commander's charisma modifier, which you are the commander, except for Malin, which it's Carrick's, plus 10.
Okay.
Kira, would you mind?
I do not mind. So I'm
Are
sorry.
all
Give,
of our-
give me the formula again.
10 plus... Well, for you guys, it'll be 10 plus 0 plus your charisma modifier.
Okay, 0 morale. Okay.
So Adira's group is going first.
Very likely.
Yeah, well, it's so 5 plus 15. I don't have any magical things to bring it above my charisma above 20, so.
Lair actions will go at a 20.
Leoben has a 10.
I need Kitty and I need Malin.
Katie is an 11.
14.
Do you want to go before or after me?
Doesn't make a bit of difference.
I think let's put you before me because I like the idea of Malin and the dwarf.
Oop. All right, so in terms of enemy units, there are 5. And they're going to go in descending order 13, 12, 11.
Hang on.
Sorry. Actually, I'll give them names because it'll be easier for me.
Okay, you said 12.
So the berserkers will go at a 13.
Okay.
The werebears will go at a 12.
Mm-hmm.
The fire giants will go at an 11.
Or after Katie.
After. The archers will go at a 10 after Leoben. And the commandos...
1 second.
Sorry.
Okay.
Commandos will go at a 9.
Are there any other units on the board for the good guys that is not being commanded by us?
No, just let me know when we hit bottom of the round.
Okay.
And ready when you are.
The round is the lair action with Adira and the golems on deck.
Okay, so lair action.
Combat is joined when you hear that the enemy force is starting to move into the city. So you kind of vaguely know that there is a force moving at the very top, kind of left corner into the city itself.
And the tokens on the board are us or them?
The tokens on the board currently are you.
Okay.
If you give me half a second, though, as I find where my shit is. Boop. What is happening? Why is this happening? Where is this happening? Who is this happening to? Oh my god! Alright, so a group of what appears to be barbarians has broken through and is making its way through the city.
Okay. Let's see here. So, when it says single target, is that one is that like in the group of barbarians, would that be one barbarian or the entire group?
We're gonna go with don't worry about the number of targets for right now. It'll just encompass an entire unit, or affect a unit, essentially.
Okay. If they're barbarians, what I would like is I would like that's falling damage. I would like the black tentacles to come up and grab them, so they need to make a dex save.
Okay. So because again this is mass combat, they're going to use their battle rating as a save.
Okay.
So they roll that.
Because if they're raging, any falling damage is going to be halved, and I don't want them to have half damage. I want them to.
Are not wrong. So they rolled an 11 on their save.
Okay. The DC, it doesn't give me a DC. It just says dex save.
Okay. So it'll be. We'll go based on that. So 10. It'll be 10 plus your proficiency bonus. Plus we'll use. Well, it'll be your charisma modifier.
Okay. So it's my proficiency bonus. So it would be a 15.
Okay. So at an 11, they do fail, but they fail by less than 10. So they do not have to make a morale check. However, they do lose some battle rating, and they are unable to continue forward.
Excellent.
So that is the lair action.
Okay, so there's really only one enemy unit on deck.
At the moment, there appears to be just the one anybody is aware of.
Okay. Now, does our do we know that there's what's the intelligence situation? Do we know where they're coming from? Are they all coming from the same direction?
As far as anybody knows at this point, they're all coming from that direction. It does not mean that they don't have some other method potentially of granting ingress, or gaining ingress. But for the moment, and all anybody seems to know is that's where they're coming from.
Okay, cool. So again, so each of these are 25 feet, you said?
Yep, each 5-foot square, or each 1-inch square is 25 feet. And if you're moving through basically smaller area, it's halved. So it takes 2 squares of movement to move 1.
These stairs that I'm pinging here, is that considered a smaller area?
Yes.
Okay. So these are walls that go up.
Yep.
Got it. So, so 200, speed is 200, divided by 25 is 8. So essentially we can move 8 squares, correct?
Yep, that is correct. Well, you can. Everybody has a slightly different speed based on
the golems can. All right, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. And
Okay, so
you
the
you can double move if you wish. So
8. And this counts as Adira's turn, or does it count as just the golem's turn?
this counts both, technically speaking. You're the commander of the golems.
Okay,
So
got it. Makes sense.
So moving up to those stairs, you can have full free movement. It's not until you hit those stairs that it's halved.
Got it. So that's gonna put the golems right here when we're done
Okay.
with the movement. That's right here is where they would end up after the double move.
Sounds good.
So I guess that's it for now.
Okay. After Adira.
Are we assumed? So for those of us who have armies with special movements, are we still assumed to be moving with them?
Yes, just for all intents and purposes, it's going to be easier that way. Plus, you have you can't move through solid matter, obviously, but you have ways of moving relatively quickly. So we're just going to assume that you share their capabilities for the purposes of this combat.
Okay, fair enough.
After Adira is Malin with Kira on deck.
All right. Let's see.
So, other options other than attacking, you can defend. You can double move. You can do a number of other things. You can take a single move and then take an action. So you can move and then defend that area.
And we know they're coming from the upper right, correct?
For sure, yes.
And this is me right here? Yeah, that's me. Okay. I am going to move my guys probably to one of these bridges.
Okay.
And we're gonna sort of keep an eye out, and we're gonna defend one of the bridges.
Okay. So you can move to there-ish. You should have control, but I just moved you.
That's fine. Yeah, that's where I was thinking.
Okay. So when you're defending,
so if they're coming from any of the bottom spots, then they can't get a
foothold.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So when you're defending, anything that attempts to attack you has disadvantage.
Okay. So I'm just going to defend my position and keep eyes open for anybody coming down from the bottom or more people coming from the top.
Got it. All right, after Melon.
Briefly, Adam, that was Adira's intent as well with that double move down to where she is. Is that just logistically, I couldn't quite tell on the map, is that essentially provide the same sort of strategic benefit where they're positioned, or would one further back be? Creating a choke point.
There would be better.
Okay, so that's where Adira would actually move. Apologies, keep going.
Fair enough. All right.
Okay. Kira is up then, and after Kira will be the Berserkers. I am also looking for a choke point. I mean, I guess another one of these bridges maybe would be a good idea. I just don't know. I mean, sure. I don't what's this back here? I don't know what any of this is.
This appears to be barracks and living quarters for the servants of the palace. Or I'm sorry, this is the city, not the palace. So it's basically a military garrison.
It's kind of like the mines are on the left and the civilization's on the right.
Right. Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't know where to go.
I mean, you've got a bridge kind of right in front of where your dudes are.
Yeah. Oh, is that a bridge?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sure. We'll just.
Actually, sorry. This is the bridge. That's a water wheel.
Okay. That's why I was questioning. Yeah. Sure. We'll sit by the bridge.
Okay.
We'll sit just on this side of the bridge. And I would like to take the. Where'd it go? I would like to take the guard action rather than a defend.
Okay. So guard action is fundamentally ready in action to attack something that comes into view.
Yeah, I know.
I'm telling mostly everybody else.
Okay. I'm that's why I picked it. Thank you. Yes. Yes, got it. Yeah, I will take the guard action. That's the end of our turn. So does the berserkers and then the werebears.
The berserkers are going to attempt to break the tentacle hold on them and fail, so they lose their ability to continue forward. So their turn fundamentally ends there. Well done with that, by the way. The werebears, you get intelligence that the werebears have appeared on the map. I'm going to put them there so I can see them, and then I have to go quick remind myself what their speed is. I should have done this in squares, not feet.
I can do the math real quick if you want.
I mean, I've got my calculator, so...
Okay.
Okay, so they can move that many squares, but it's halved. Okay, so we'll figure that.
Also, just to let you know, we gotta hydrate.
Okay, so the werebears come upon the bullets. I have hydrated. So, bullets, you are now engaging with the werebears. You find them very engaging. So now we roll opposed battle rating checks.
Okie dokie. Uh, 13.
Well, they rolled a 6. So they... However, you do not beat them by more than 10, so it is not a decisive victory. But it is still a pretty good outing. So they lose 2 battle rating and are unable to continue forward any further. Okay, cool. That is the werebear's turn. Who's after the werebears?
Sorry, it helps if I unmute myself. Katie, actually.
Katie, you've got a bunch of angry-looking werebears.
Yeah, we're gonna counterattack.
That's fair. Because of their nature, their special ability is that any attacks on them have disadvantage. So roll your battle rating with disadvantage.
Okay. Oh. That's gonna be a 5 then.
All right. You attacked them. They did beat you, so nothing happens.
Okay.
So they're able to repel your attack without too much difficulty. Seems after their initial surprise at finding you, they Oh, I did that wrong. After their initial surprise at finding you, they are able to rebuff your attacks without too much of an issue.
Okay.
The clay golems have disappeared from the map.
What? Oh.
And suddenly Adira disappeared from existence.
Oh, they sure
All her clay golems.
She cast invisibility. Yeah, sure. Katie, Dira, what'd you do with your clay golems? What the hell?
I don't know.
Yeah, what the
I
heck,
took them to
Kadira?
the astral plane.
Is that what I said, Kadira? Fuck, I don't know anymore.
No.
She's
No.
Adira.
Oh, you started to say Katie, and then you said Adira.
And I already wrote down that I'm taking that name as a character name for later on, so
I don't like you anymore.
you can't take it.
Hey, Katie's young enough that she hasn't taken her adult name yet. That might just be the name she picks.
I don't know
Then
what the
there will
fuck
be
happened to
multiple
it,
Kadiras.
so we're gonna just go ahead and put a new one on. Hey,
Oh wait, it may have just gotten really small.
No, that's the one I just added.
Oh, never mind. You made a really small one and made it larger.
Yes, I did.
Yes, the game master can size the tokens.
Come on now.
Indeed.
My poor CPU is going, why? Okay, come on. Think about it
Because
faster.
Adam hates us, that's why.
Who's after Katie while I try to figure this shit out?
The fire giants.
Oh, so that's me, so give me...
Leoben, you're up after the fire giants.
Okay.
I suppose while that's going on, if I like moved the bullets away from the werebears, would that be like an attack of opportunity?
Once you are
Or is that-
engaged, you cannot disengage unless you take an action
okay.
to disengage.
Got it.
So rather than attacking, you could disengage.
Got it.
But it looks like there's some rules for that.
Yes, you can disengage
You have to
as
make
an
a
action.
morale check as well.
Yep. Because it's a
You
retreat.
have to make a morale check to see if you actually succeed in disengaging.
Yup. Anyway, alrighty. Now that I got that shit figured out, come on now, work with me here, work with me. Fire giants. Sorry guys, Roll20 is being a real bitch.
It's all good.
Come on. Come on. I feel like I'm trying to coax a puppy to me. Come on. You can do it. Damn it. Come on. Fire giants appear on the board and start attacking the bullets. As soon as they fucking move, I'm gonna just start rolling things. So, bullets, roll against an attack.
Okay. Oh, I like that. 23.
All right. You are surprised by the sudden appearance of the fire giants, but are able to rebuff their attack. Nothing bad happens to you at this point. They're not supposed to be in your square. Who's after the fire giants?
Leoben.
Okay, Leoben is, I guess, getting reports that stuff is happening up north and realizing that Katie's taking the forefront of it. I'm going to move. Let's see, I can move. To that line there. I can't quite get farther than that with the move action, so I'm going to move to there, and then my wraiths are going to take the guard action.
Okay.
And just kind of sink into the walls and the floor, getting ready to strike when someone tries to sneak by them.
Sounds good.
You know, very Leoben-y thing to do.
Indeed. After Leoben.
After Leoben are the archers and then the commandos.
It would be neat. It'd be real neat if this was gonna decide to work for me right now.
Doesn't want us to die, so it's making your life more difficult.
All right. So we're going to do this. I would like everybody except for Katie and Leoben to roll a d20 and tell me what you rolled, please.
Seven.
Adira got a 17.
For Kira.
What was for Kira? Sorry.
Eight. Sorry, I'm not sure why my microphone was not picking up.
So we're going to do that. All right, and then we're going to jump to here. All right, well, I will move the archers when they get the chance. They're going to take a shot. They're going to take, because they have a ranged attack, so they're going to take their shots at Katie. So, Katie, if you'd roll your battle rating, please.
Can you see Katie? Because the way I'm interpreting these blocks is that those are walls that go to the top.
Hallways?
Yeah, the exact ruling behind this doesn't functionally work. We're going to go with, I'm going to have to move them, but they will be able to see Katie.
Oh, okay.
Fuck. 5.
They rolled a 6. So they do manage to successfully attack you, but not decisively. So what's going to happen? You are going to lose 2 to your battle rating, but you do not have to make a morale check. Fuck.
Okay.
So I'm going to move them like here. All right, and then the commandos. Malin, you are defending as a group of stealthy dickbags appears and attempts to attack you. Because you were defending, they do not get their advantaged attack.
Well, they're jerky.
But they do not, that cancels the disadvantage, so they're just going to make a straight roll. So go ahead and roll your battle rating.
My battle rating is a thing. It is 24.
Oh, jeez. So you and Merrick standing there as these things manifest out of the kind of shadows and darkness of the words of the tunnels. Somebody lets out a cry, spots them as they descend upon you, and you manage to rebuff them. They're still there and engaged with you, but they do not do any damage to you.
Okay.
I'm going to pop them on the map, and then, or I'm going to attempt to pop them on the map, because again, Roll20 is being a bitch. All right. It's at the bottom of the round.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Other outside world things happen. Who is next on the initiative?
Up the round with the lair action and then Adira.
All right, Malin. Choose your lair action. Understanding that when you choose your lair action, the tentacles then go away.
Oh, that's fine. I would like rocks to fall on the new stealthy guys.
Alrighty. Is that I believe that is another saving throw, correct?
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, okay. I would like a pylon eruption.
Okay.
And it's a dex saving throw of 21.
Oh, no. They do not succeed. How badly do they not succeed?
They are launched 50 feet into the... Okay, if they succeed, they are still launched 50 feet in the air. Upon a failure, the pylon slams into the creature for 10d10 bludgeoning damage, then potentially 10d6 falling damage, unless a reaction can mitigate.
All right. So we're gonna, since we're doing this in the kind of macro reverse of the combat, of the mass combat, massive pylons start shooting out of the ground, launching fairly large groups of these commandos, all various and sundry in all directions, completely unexpected. They failed by more than 10, so they lose 5 to their battle rating, and they have to make a morale check to not break and run.
Nice shooting text.
They fail the morale check, so on their turn, they're going to attempt to break and run.
Yeah.
Don't come after my shit.
This is where I literally keep my stuff. All right. It was a good lair action. Who is after lair action?
Adira, and then Malin is on deck.
Now, what's the visibility situation? Are those in fact walls?
They are in fact walls. Yes.
Okay, so Adira cannot see to where the bullets are getting fucked up.
No, but we'll say with intelligence, you're aware that shit's happening over there.
Okay.
So, like,
cool.
Technically, like, there's no direct line of sight, but there's runners, and there's messages flying back and forth, and there's... I mean, people with a 0-level message spell can fucking throw one at you. It's like, hey, shit's happening in this direction. So, like, I'm going to assume that you're at least... like, not necessarily the complement and everything that's happening in a specific area, but you know shit's going down.
Okay. So, are these pathways here also considered?
No, that's open at that point.
That's open?
Yep.
All right, cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, would you include these as open as well?
Yes.
All right. So golems are gonna flank those 2 units there with a double move.
Nice.
Does that provide advantage to the bullets on their next attack?
I'm going to say yes. That is going to provide an advantaged battle rating roll.
Cool. So that's what Adira does, and we're going to park there.
All right. And then Malin, I believe, was next. So, Malin, you pretty sure their morale has broken. However, they have not moved to disengage as of yet. They're still trying to get their shit together. You can...
Let's just go after them, because why not?
All right,
Let's make sure that they go.
Roll your battle rating, please.
16.
All right. So they're now at -2 to their battle rating.
Good.
And they are now panicking. Not just...
Excellent.
So they're done. You've successfully decimated their unit. There's nothing. Whoever's left alive is going to be spending the rest of their however brief lives fleeing for it.
Excellent.
And I'm going to take them off the map because maybe then Roll20 will behave a little better.
Look, I'm helping. I took things off Roll20, so maybe it'll act nice.
So, you can, if you wish, you can still move. Did I lose you?
Sorry.
Nice.
It wouldn't come off mute.
Gotcha.
So
And again, you're receiving intelligence that there seems to be... I'm gesturing at my map like you can see me.
Yeah.
There's a clusterfuck up in the top left corner.
There's a clusterfuck in the top left corner. I'll head that direction.
Okay.
But can I have people still, like, watching our back to make sure that no more idiots are gonna sneak in?
Yeah. They would be potentially a much smaller group. But yeah, you can.
Okay. Well, I'll just move up here. Not sure how far I can go.
Well, what is your speed with the dwarves?
My speed is 250 feet.
So 250 divided by 25 is 10. You can move 10 squares.
Alright, 10. So, here-ish. Alright, let's do that.
Alright. And then after Malin.
After Malin is Kira. So I guess I'm a little confused by the map. If I'm moving, because like the giants have a huge movement speed, so I've got 400 feet of move. But if I'm moving through like here,
so because
is
it's
my
starting
speed
to break my brain, I think I'm going to just do away with movement limitations at this point.
Thank God. Okay.
Because it's really making my brain hurt.
I'm fine with that.
That was why Malin moved where she did, because I'm like, I just can't anymore.
Okay, next question being, do I have to follow like the tracks as I'm moving?
Not really.
Or
I mean, kind of, but
can I just move in a straight line?
you can move more or less in a straight line.
Thank you. All
Because they
right.
can kind of move around, and because there's tunnels kind of leading this, that, and sundry, so...
Is if I can move my full move speed and I'm not worried about shit, then yeah, I can get right up on these bitches. So let's do something. And we will attack because we can do that. So I will say one other thing. On the info that you sent, the stone giants are the only ones who have reach labeled along with space.
Yeah, so you don't have to be right up on them to attack them.
Okay, I mean that's cool.
It's kind of what the archers were doing.
Yeah. I'm not sure how far back I have to be, but we're gonna...
Within 100 feet.
Which is 4 squares.
4 squares.
Okay, 1, 2... yeah, we'll go there. That seems like a good idea. Okay. Cool, we're gonna attack them.
You might want to be one more
closer?
closer.
Okay, there we go. Alright, so I roll my...
Yes, you
Battle
roll your battle rating. Whom are you attacking?
I'm gonna attack the archers because it seems like having ranged units on the board is probably not my favorite thing ever.
Fair enough. You're attacking the archers. You make an opposed battle rating check. Go ahead and roll.
That is a dirty 20.
They had a 17, so it is less than what you rolled, but it is not decisive. So they have -2. However, that does bring them to 0 battle rating, so they're going to make a morale check. However, they do not break and run.
Also, because I scored a hit at range, the target cannot use a move action on their next turn.
Okay, so even if they were inclined to break and run, they can't.
They can't.
Because they are basically...
They can stay there and die.
You basically just bowled over a whole bunch of archers. Like, literally bowled them over. Like 10.
All right. After Kira are the Berserkers, and then the Werebears, and then Katie's battalion.
Berserkers are no longer hindered by the... what's yours? The words?
Tentacles.
That! They're no longer hindered by that. So they're going to close in on the Bullets. Beep, beep, boop, boop.
Yay.
So Bielets, I would like you to make a BR check.
Yay.
You do have advantage on this defense.
I do?
Yes, you do, because of a thing that they have.
Ah.
Because are they reckless?
They are. So they have advantage to hit you, but you have advantage to hit them.
Huh. Well, that advantage helps. 18.
It is a tie, so nothing happens.
Wait, no, sorry, not 18. I was saying those together. 14.
Okay, they had an 18, so they were the attacking force, so you reduce your BR by 2, because it was less than, the difference was less than 10.
That will bring me to +0.
All right, I need you to make a morale check, please.
Okay. 6.
All right. Your Bulettes, as much as you try to convince them to continue forward, are panicked and are going to try to break and run on your next turn.
Okay.
So the morale has broken. After the Berserkers was the Werebears, yeah?
Correct.
Seeing that the Bulettes are routed, they're going to move on. Kira, odd or even?
Even. Come and get me.
Come on. So they decided to go that way. They are going to engage with the Stone Giants.
Seems like a poor life choice on their part.
Yeah, they're werebears. Nobody said they were smart. Go ahead and roll your battle rating, please.
Yes. That is a 22.
All right. They rolled less than you, so since they were the attacking force and they did not succeed, nothing happens. You managed to rebuff their attack.
Sorry, it was a 25.
You still managed to rebuff their attack. After the werebears.
After the werebears is Katie and then the fire giant.
All right, Katie, you have an option here. The Bulettes are gonna break and run regardless of what you do. You can basically enter the combat as your own fighting force.
Okay.
Your battle rating as an individual is going to be +6.
What would be my other option?
GTFO.
Huh. Well, screw that. Katie has entered the fray.
Katie is on the field. All right, so Bulettes, ignore anything like that. Your battle rating is +6. Your morale bonus is going to be also probably +6, given the situation.
All right.
You're there. What do you do?
I am going to go after these werebears, the thing that they can just waltz on by me and
Fuck
fuck
that
up their
noise.
day.
All right, roll your opposed battle rating.
And I believe since they are now against the Stone Giants, am I considered flanking or am I too small to flank?
You are unfortunately too small to flank.
Fine. Well, with a +6 battle rating, that'll be a 22.
They had a 21, so you are successful in your attack. Their battle rating drops by 2, but they are not going to break and run as yet.
Beautiful. So I guess that will be Katie's move.
All right, after Katie.
The fire giants and then Leoben.
Okay, fire giants Oh, this really is a clusterfuck now.
Well, would the bullets go away and the Katie token take its place?
Yep. Katie, why don't you drop yourself down? I'll remove the bullets.
Hey.
Yeah, the fire giant see this tiny elven person going whole hog on the werebear unit and it's just like, that's fucked up. So they're gonna go at you.
All right.
So roll your dinghy. Where are they? There they are.
13.
$16. So they do successfully attack you. Your battle rating drops by 2. However, there are no other ill effects.
Okay.
You are wounded, effectively.
Okie dokie.
After the fire giants.
I think it might have been me.
Yeah, it's Leoben.
All right, Wraiths.
So with the fire giant saying that's fucked up and going after Katie, all of a sudden Leoben will kind of walk out from that bottom tunnel and say, "You have no idea." Then the wraiths come up out of the floor.
All right.
And will attack the fire giants.
I fucking love this. All right, roll.
Just a straight roll, I'm assuming.
Yeah. No, they're surprised. Roll with advantage.
Okay, well, I got a 17 and a nat 20.
Ooh.
So nat 20 would be a 24. Don't know if there's...
No, that's there's technically not. We're going to wing it. We're going to call that a 28.
Okay.
They rolled an 18, so you beat them by 10. So they do have to drop their BR by 5. And have to...
You got to imagine that's creepy as
Oh,
fuck.
hell yeah! And then they have to make a morale check to stay the fuck... Nope. Fire giants are now panicking. They are going to break and run this next turn.
You've unleashed the wrath of the Dwarven God!
The stone is pissed! So I'm actually going to take the fire giants off the map since they are not going to do anything but fucking run. Who is next?
The archers and then the commandos.
You can take the commandos off. The archers are going to shoot wildly into the wraiths. What is the wraith's special thing? They just get extra movement?
Well, their movement is crazy huge, and then they're incorporeal, so they're not hindered by confined spaces.
Okay. We're also going to give them disadvantage to attack you since we kind of took the hindered by confined spaces thing away.
Okay.
So roll your battle rating.
Yeah, I did. I did not roll well.
What'd you roll?
8.
It's a tie. They don't do shit to you. So, like, the raids are just, the arrows are just sailing through them, and none of the arrows, like, by some miracle, none of the arrows hit you.
You can just see all these dwarven ghosts just like, as you see all the arrows just hit the ground.
And the archers are just like, fuck, shit, fuck! And that's bottom of the round, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we are going to, at this point, jump into more of a narrative. One, because I'm sick of running mass combat, and two, there's other shit I wanted to get to before we end today. So, because we're going to shoot for 5, but we can go to 5:30 if we need to. The battle progresses and slowly but surely the dwarves eventually end their, the dwarves led by Malin wind their way up. The rest of you kind of converge on the remaining fighters. With the fire giants routed, that was kind of their big That was kind of their big hitter. The berserkers and werebears are brave and strong, but not not as powerful as the fire giants. As the battle is still raging but starting to wind down, each of you in your head hear the voice of Carrick. Their leader has shown himself on the field. If you wish to finish this quickly and decisively, would you care to come join me? So I'm getting yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Leaving people in charge. I will say, Malin. Do you bring Merrick, or do you leave him in charge? I will say it is your decision.
I'm gonna ask him, and if he'll come with. Why not?
Okay.
I mean,
Sounds
he's
good.
got skin in this game.
All right. So let's do this. Let's take a very quick, 5-minute break. So it is 4:14.
14.
Let's come back right at 4:20. And that gives us about an hour and 10 minutes to wrap things up. So, all right. So we'll be back in at 4:20 p.m. Central Standard. Take a rest, take a pee, do your thing. We'll be back shortly. Hello, welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us through that little break. I had to pee and I needed to take a very long drink. So,
You didn't even get the hydrate thing.
I didn't. I just needed to get a big old drink of water. So yeah, that was a thing. The battlefield melts away around you as you recognize kind of a variant of a teleport spell, and you appear you appear in what appears to be a very large forge, and I will boop.
Hey. Looks like there's some light in this forge. Thanks.
Yes, the forge appears to be largely fueled by liquid hot magma. And so the lighting in here is what I would call dim or shadowy. But you see on one far side of the forge, kind of next to this and we're back to a 1-on-1 scale now. So if your minis are located at the very bottom, you see the Carrick, King Carrick is standing there this time in full battle gear. So you see standing next to one of these massive forges, or anvils rather. Because, yeah, what is that? That's 15 by 10? That's a massive fucking thing.
An anvil's black and shiny, it's very heavy too, so watch out, my little friend, or one might fall on you.
I don't know what the fuck that was, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, where did that... What is that? Where did you hear that?
That's the anvil song from the Animaniacs.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
That was a whole thing.
Clearly, I've not watched enough Animaniacs or watched it enough.
You need to remedy that.
You do indeed. So the you see a man, orc, very clearly orc is kind of quintessentially orc. More less kind of the dusky green skin and more generally kind of more grayish in skin, but you see him kind of glance over as you appear. And he just kind of turns to square off, and he just, let's do this. Roll an ish. As he says, let's do this, he grows exponentially larger in size.
He also spoke like Sean Connery, so...
I mean, I was going for Tom Hardy, but sure.
All in when you got them.
Here it goes at an
for
18
Katie.
with a +0.
There it goes at an 18 with a +0.
13 with a +1.
One for Malin. Katie, I missed you.
It's all right. 10 with a +3.
With a +3. Ruben, sir.
13 with a +5.
Here it goes at an 18 with a +1. Those are the 5 of us, my love.
All right, give me half a second here. All right. So Merrick is going to go at...
Drink to save my life. I have spilled coffee 3 times. Fine. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Merrick goes at a 2 with a +0.
Hmm?
Carrick goes at a 17 with a +3. Svalbard goes at a 15 with a +2. And our mystery guest goes at a 17 with a +2. And we still have lair actions, so that'll go to 20.
Oh, okay. I hate taking those off. I would put those back on. So it'll go just a run through. It's lair actions. Kira, Adira, Carrick, Mystery Dude, Svalbard, Leoben, Malin, Katie, Merrick. So lair actions. Top of the round.
So, Malin, lair action. What do you choose?
Right. Let's do this. Okay. Let's do some black tentacle action.
Okay. And that is a dex save, correct?
Correct.
So
So I see Carrick, but I don't see the other guy on the map.
He's up further. Let me make sure I've got him on the right. Yep, right there.
Is it? Who's this?
That's him.
Okay, I thought that was Carrick. That looks like a.
Nope, that's Svalbard.
Okay.
Never
mind
Carrick is
then.
this one?
Yep.
Oh, Carrick is tiny. Okay, got it. I'm picking up what you're putting down now.
Okay.
Carrick is wee. Just like we are wee.
He had a natural 1 on his save, so he is not successful.
No. Well, alrighty then.
So what happens on a 1-on-1 scale?
He has to make a dex save, and it just says as black tentacles, so I'm assuming that he gets tangled in black tentacles.
He does.
The description is creeping darkness.
Let me pull up the black tentacle spell real quick. All right. He is unable to. Well, there's now difficult terrain, and he's being bludgeoned by a bunch of black tentacles. So, Malin, if you would kindly roll me 3d6.
Oh, what's shitty damage? 9.
All right. So the tentacles start wailing on him, and he is taking some damage. After that.
After that is Kira, actually. So, how far is this? That looks like a long way. Yeah. I hop on my broom of flying,
There you go.
and I am going to. That's not me. That's me. Yeah, okay. So first I'm gonna hop on my broom of flying, and I am going to bonus action Misty Step to get the 80 feet that I need
Okay.
right all up in his grill.
All right.
And then I'm gonna hit him with my hammer, because that's what I do.
Alrighty.
I hit things with my hammer. I'm assuming he is neither fiend nor undead.
Correct.
Okay.
He is very big.
He is very big. That's a 27 to hit on the first.
27 hits.
Natural 19 on the die, so that'll hit.
Yep.
For the second. Okay. And I am one-handing it again because shield. And I gotta do this mine. Okay.
Did you move up there?
That look weird.
Huh?
You're good. Sorry, my computer's being slow.
Okay, that's okay. 11 plus 8 is 19 for the first hit.
Okay.
Do you need me to give you radiant damage separately?
No, you just give me all the damage.
Okay. 19 for the first hit.
Okay.
Oh, that's not bad. Oh, that's not good either. 18 for the second hit, because I promise I can do math.
All right, you're slamming into him with your hammer, and you're seeing that he's just shrugging off.
He's not. Does it look like he's taking any damage?
No, he's not shrugging it all off, but he's shrugging off about half of it.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, I mean, I've seen Malin like just muscle through shit that
right
is ridiculous. So
he seems to be doing something similar to that.
Okay, cool. And I am just gonna smile up at him.
Okay, sounds good. After you.
After me is Adira with Carrick on deck.
All right,
So
Adira.
Adira whipped over here. Oh, remember everyone, you have 22 extra hit points for this. And then she is going to hurt him with the wub-wubs.
Okay.
Doing a repelling blast, which from this angle, with 3 hits, assuming she hits 3 times, which is her plan,
I'm going
will launch
to
him right into the fucking fire.
I'm going to tell you right now that it does not. The repelling blast does not work.
Well, that is less fun.
He will take the damage, but he's not going to be moved.
There's no size limit on repelling blasts.
Yes, but there are other ways around it. Force damage, he's going to... he's still taking half, so you can just give me the whole thing together.
Yeah, I will. Okay, did get an at 20. I got a 25 and a 23. Do those all hit?
Yes.
Okay, so the nat 20, I will roll twice for that. Nice. 15, 30. So a total of 50 damage. So halved would be 25.
25. Got it. He's very displeased with you at the moment, but he's still moving. After Adira.
After Adira is Carrick with Mystery Guy on deck.
Carrick is really hard to hit, but very slow. So yeah, you see him take a running leap over that gap in the bridge, and he gets to there. And that he moved and double moved. That's his turn. Moved and dashed, rather. He is
Mystery Guy with Svalbard on deck.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to double check something. So, out of the fire and the flames, crawling out of the liquid hot magma, step 3 massive, horrifyingly ugly creatures. They appear to be very large, long-limbed humanoid creatures without any skin, the torso of a human that is somehow adhered to the back of a flayed horse. Crawl out of the fire. And move to attack. I need to pull up that real quick. I need everybody who is not immune to being frightened to make a wisdom saving throw.
Leoben got a 12.
If you're in proximity within 10 feet of Merrick, you get a +2.
$17.
Okay.
Well, there's the third nat 1 of the day, so 14 total.
Okay. And Kira, you are immune, if I recall.
Indeed, I am.
Okay.
Adira got a 30. Sorry.
You're fine. Adira, you're fine. Everybody else is going to fail. And then the creature is going to do you a favor and close the gap to there. This one moves around the dude and goes after Kira. This one's going to go after Merrick. They seem to be nonplussed by the fire. All right, so the one furthest south. Where the fuck are you, you bastard? There you are. The one further south moves down, and you see as it's moving forward, it opens both of its, like the top part of the long head of the horse just kind of opens like a mouth, and then like the lower half of the humanoid head kind of flips like almost like a Pez dispenser, and this breath just kind of wafting over the group of you down in the south there. I need Constitution saving throws, please.
Everyone?
Everybody in the south, so that'll be Malin, Merrick, Katie, and Leoben.
12.
Got a 3.
Okay.
Woo! What's my thing here? 14.
All right. That is going to... The only one that made it is Merrick. So that is going to be as this putrid stench kind of wafts over you. It seems to interact with your living cells and start to kind of eat you from the inside. That is 30 points of necrotic damage.
3-0.
3-0 points of necrotic damage. Oh, that was that, not that. Okay. You are also considered poisoned.
And
I'm going to remind you that each round, because I may not call for it, at the end of each of your turns, you get another save against that poisoned condition. Oh, no, I read that wrong. None of you are poisoned. I apologize, I read that wrong. If you fail by a certain amount, you're poisoned, and none of you failed by that much. Well, Katie, you had a nat 1?
Not on this one, no.
Okay, that was a different thing. Okay. Nope, so none of you are poisoned. However, you do still take the damage.
Yeah, it was Leoben who rolled terrible on this one.
Right.
I rolled a 3.
Oh, you are poisoned.
Okay. Let's see. What's a good poisoned condition thing?
That's that one. The one on Carrick is going to, rather than breathe on him, he's going to just whole hog, haul off, and you see these two giant arms just kind of descend down on Carrick, followed by a massive kick from the horse body. All right, so you see Carrick, shield in one hand, weapon in the other, sees this giant creature coming, and you see him raise the shield and kind of duck down. And, like, despite the size of this thing and just this pure brutality of it, these things rail down and just kind of tink, 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 right off of his armor. And then the one on Kira is going to do the same thing.
It.
31,
Oh, that does hit me.
29,
That hits.
and that last one's going to miss. So the 2 slams are going to hit you.
They fire damage separately.
So yeah, the 2 arms just kind of rain down and rock your world. Fire damage is not a factor here, so you're good there.
Okay, good. Thank God.
I'm just going to give you the total, though.
Okay.
So you're going to take... Why can't I math? 38 points of bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then 40 points of acid damage.
Ew.
So as these claws kind of rake down your body and gain purchase on your skin, you feel some kind of venom kind of pumping into your body and start to kind of eat you from the inside out.
We don't like that.
That is them.
What can I call them?
Just the letter N.
I'll just leave them as mystery dudes. Svalbard and then Leoben is on deck.
Svalbard draws a great sword to beat the band. It is his size. And is going to swing at you.
Like he do?
Because you're there and he can.
I am. Bring it on.
And I just need to... Whoa, where'd you go, dude? It's Carrick. There he is. Sorry, I had notes as to what his shit was, but it got closed for some reason. Actions. Okay, he's got that many actions. Okay, so he swings twice. That is going to be a 27 and a 20.
27 will just hit. The 20 will miss.
Okay. This is where things get fucked. Boop, boop, boo, doo, 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 doo. There he is. Okay, so that plus... Holy shit. All right, so he swings this giant sword 2 times, and one of them manages to gain purchase. The other one just kind of slams on the ground next to you. That is going to be 37 points of damage.
Cool. In one round, I have halved my hit points. This is great.
And he smiles back at you because he seems to be enjoying himself.
It's fine.
That is Svalbard. Who's next?
Leoben with Malin on deck.
So Leoben, who is both feared and poisoned,
Yup.
is going to, as a bonus, shadow step over to here, away from... I'm assuming it's this guy I was feared from?
Yes.
So that'll be a bonus action. As a move action, he's going to pull out the last of the Kyotum's ointment, and as an action, he's going to use it on himself, which will gain him 15 hit points, and he ceases to be poisoned and is cured of any disease.
Nice. Took care of that syphilis. I mean, what?
Which, that's too much, so I can do that. And that will be his, all of his stuff.
Okay.
Because that's an action, a move, and a bonus. He's still frightened, although he can roll at the end of his turn, right?
Yeah, so go ahead and roll another wisdom saving throw.
And it's a wisdom save. He got an 18.
Okay, you're good. You're no longer feared.
Oh, good. Payback will be a bitch if I ever get up to it. All right, and yeah, I'm done.
All right, after Leoben
Is Melon with Katie on deck.
All right, let's go. Let's kill Mr. Stinky.
Well, you are afeared of Mr. Stinky, and you cannot get close enough to him to attack him.
Am I afeared? I thought you said that only Leoben was afeared.
Oh, you're
Or
right. No, you're not
Poisoned.
poisoned. You are still afeared.
Okay, I was confused.
So
All right.
that guy in front of you, you cannot attack. However, the other ones are available to you, and you still have your broom.
I'm gonna zip over on my broom to this dumbass.
So if you move, yeah, so you'll have to kind of move around into him, but you'll have enough movement with the broom. So.
All right, so let's kill that one. That's ironic. Alrighty, 30 and 26.
Can't imagine.
Or no, 36.
Yes. You hit.
Okay. The boys are in there singing. I don't know what they're singing or why.
Yeah, they're having fun.
Hmm. Um, 19. 23. 30.
All right. I moved my guy just a couple squares to the east because I realized I couldn't see where I was going
Ah, gotcha.
42.
with the shadow step, but I should be.
You're
54.
54. Holy crap. Yeah, you slam your axe into this thing, and it just rocks its fucking world. It, as a reaction, however, lets out this horrifying shriek. Literally what it's called. I'm sorry, deafening shriek. Everything within 120 feet needs to make a Constitution save, which I believe is everything.
Yep.
Hey, got an 18 on that one.
Is this a magical effect or a spell?
It is neither.
Is it a con
Does it
save?
trigger my reaction?
Your reaction is based on spellcasting, correct?
Well, I've got if it causes me any damage and spellcasting.
I mean, it caused you damage, so yes.
Okay, well I get to hit it again.
All right.
I nat 20'd it.
Nice. That's a good time to do that.
Yeah. I was like, shut up.
I do need to know, Leoman Unit 18, what did everybody else get?
Oh crap, what did I get? I got rolled.
You said a con save?
It is a con save, yes.
24.
24, you're good.
21.
21, you're good.
Where's my thing?
13.
13, you are fail!
You are fail. 15.
15, you are also fail. So if you failed, none of you failed by enough to make it worse, but if you fail, you are deafened.
Oh, great. Shut up, you dumbass. And I have brutal critical?
Yes, you do. So this was the time to get that extra attack.
Yeah, so I get to roll 3 additional weapon damage dice. So I got my... Well, first of all, this is my third one, so I get 3 from that,
So
and
3
then I
die
get
12.
3 more.
So you'll get...
I think you might be dead.
You get to roll 9 die 12 this round.
Yeah, I sure do.
That's
Okay.
beautiful and brutal.
15, 18... When you have to have a calculator. And... $58 points.
Nice. It is not dead, but you heard it.
Good.
These things are just hit point sponges. All right. So that is Malon's turn. Who's after Malon?
Meeting with Merrick on deck.
Right. You in range. There, you'd be out of range. Okay. Perfect. So, centered on this square right here,
Okay.
I am going to cast Maelstrom.
Shit.
30-foot radius. So should hit these two
Yeah, it sure should.
and just barely miss my allies.
Yep. All right. So Maelstrom, save.
It'll be on the start of their turn.
Got it. All right. So you see this massive broiling area start to. You recognize the dishwasher,
Yes, the washing machine of
the
doom.
washing machine of doom.
And then as my bonus action, I'm going to use Wild Shape and go Earth Elemental.
Okay. And that's a large.
Yes.
All right. And at the end of your turn, you can make another Wisdom saving throw.
I would love to. Oh, thank goodness. 28.
All right. You are no longer afeared.
Woo. Any save for the deafened condition?
That is a fantastic question. And one to which I do not know the answer yet.
Okie dokie.
Yes, at the end of your turn.
And it's another Constitution?
Yep.
Beautiful. I'm going to do a lot better on that now. Uh, 29.
Okay, yeah. So apparently, as your body was being reconstructed and reconstituted into that of an earth elemental, you just decided to fix the damage to your eardrums.
That will be Katie's turn.
All right, and then Merrick, I believe you said was next.
Correct. Merrick and then bottom of the round.
Merrick is not afraid of the creature. Steps forward, realizes it is. Well, let me roll a thing. Realizes it is what it is. And hits it a bunch. There it is. Okay. I agree. His gonna hit it twice, no crit. Is gonna pump some pain into it. Okay. Slams his battle axe into it twice, carving a significant amount of flesh from its bones. It also lets out one of those awful shrieks. So that'll be another Constitution save across the board.
Even if we're already deafened?
No, not if you're already deafened.
Okay, I was gonna say. Now you're extra.
Leoben is
You're
deafened.
extra.
Yes. No, if you're already deafened, you can't hear him shriek, so you're good.
Leoben is hardcore deafened. He got a 4.
Okay.
26 for Kira.
You're good.
And 31 for Katie.
You're good.
20 even
20 even.
for
You are
the deafened thing.
all right. You are not deafened. There are no other ill effects. So, Leoben, you rolled a 4. You said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so not only are you deafened, but it rings in your ears with great profundity. So you are going to take 21 points of thunder damage as your eardrums literally erupt.
And which one did that?
The one in front of Merrick. The one that you had been afeared of.
This one? Or this one?
This one.
Okay.
All right. That is Merrick's turn.
Top of the round with the lair action.
All right, Malin, what do you got?
Righty. What? I got all kinds of things.
Yeah, you got options.
Let's blind this fucker. The big guy. We're gonna blind him.
The big bad?
Yeah.
All right. What kind of save?
It's a con save. You know what? No, I'm changing my mind here.
Okay.
I would like him to make a dex save, please.
Okay. That's going to likely be better for you in the long run.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
14.
No, DC 21. He is thrown 50 feet in the air.
I love the pylon eruption.
It's pretty great. And he takes 17 5d6 falling damage. I'm sorry, 5d6 falling damage. No, I'm sorry. That is if he makes a save. Okay. Upon a failure, it is 10d10 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then 10d6 falling damage. And I know that's halved because I'm pretty sure he's a barbarian.
Yes. So yeah, you see this like massive pillar just kind of erupt and slam him against the ceiling and then drop back down, and as he falls, he's going to land prone and take some damage. So if you want to use the die roller, you can, because that's going to be 10 die 10 and then 10 die 6.
Okay, so let's see if I can figure out how to do that. Alright, die roller, where is that?
If
you want...
click on the D20 looking thing.
I don't... Oh, is it on my character sheet or is it on...
It'll be on...
No.
Roll20?
On Roll20.
Okay, here we go. So then just 10d10.
Yep.
And then it'll bring you to an advanced roll where you can then input your...
That did not... Okay, slash roll.
Yep. So slash roll 10d10, and actually you can do 10d10 plus 10 die 6, and it'll do it.
Okay, so 64 on the 10d10
That
and...
works too. 32.
60, 10. 37 on the 60-10, so...
Damn.
17 is
What was the total?
49 total. Already...
After being halved?
After halved, yes. And he is prone, currently.
Well, that's handy. Now he's got to get back up.
Yeah.
All right. He is prone. And a little annoyed.
Wonderful. It's Tira's turn. He's prone. That means I get advantage, yeah?
Yeah, sure does.
Wonderful. Natural 20.
Okay.
First. And on the second, 28 for
Yes.
the attack roll. Okay.
Yeah.
We are going to definitely dump a fat smite on the crit. Like we do. Okay, so that is the
Just roll all of your damage and give me the total.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how many dice I'm rolling.
That,
so.
as a paladin, I understand that.
I need more dice. That was a good roll. That is, except for one of the dice, they are either 5s or 6s.
Nice.
I rolled a 2 on the dice. Okay. 10, 15, 18, 33? Yeah, 33 plus 2 is 35. Doubled is 70 plus 8, so 78 on the first hit.
Jesus. Okay.
And then on the second hit, We will. We'll just throw a lower level one on that, just because, we don't want to use all our spell slots. Do a third level on that one. 34 plus 8 is 42. 42 on the second.
All right. And with your second blow, you hear him shout out in pain as he is, for the first time, showing any real indication that what you're doing hurts. He is officially bloodied.
Did any more damage happen to him beyond, like, Kira and me?
How do you mean?
Like, has anybody else hit him beside Kira?
Malin lair action
with the lair action fucked him up.
Did all the
which was what gave Kira the
advantage.
The advantage.
The advantage, yeah.
Cool.
And then I am gonna, I don't. It's
Do it.
fine. Huh?
Hurt him.
I did. I did hurt him. In point of fact. That's really all I can. Hang on 1 second. I'm sorry. I have so many
17th level characters have a lot of bells and whistles.
Just if I can't do this on this turn, that's fine. But can I tell what these creepy ass things are?
Mm-hmm. Make a knowledge religion.
Okay. Dirty 20.
These are pretty obscure critters. The extent of what you know is they are demonic in origin. What specifically they are, you are not sure.
I don't care. That is what I needed to know.
Okay.
Would I know whether or not they originate from this plane? Then, if they're demonic, they would not originate from this plane.
Correct. If they are a fiend, they are extraplanar, typically speaking.
Delightful. Yes, I am done for now, I think.
All right. After Kira.
After Kira is Adira with Carrick on deck.
Adira's gonna do the same thing. Can she use Arcana instead of religion?
Yes, it'll be a higher DC.
Okay, that's fine. Let me actually look up what cool. Nice. 27 total.
Here's the extent of what you know. They are fiends. They are called the Knuckle-a-V. They are ancient fiends, the likes of which have not been seen since basically the Epic of Demons, many thousands of years ago. Beyond that, you really don't know much.
Do I know if they get legendary reactions or actions or anything like that?
No, they do not. They're very powerful, but they are not legendary.
Cool. So Adira's gonna do this thing. She's gonna saunter on up. I have to move to this one. Saunter up to this guy right behind here.
Sure.
I'm gonna ping where you can see.
Yep, I see ya.
And gonna cast plane shift on it and banish it to the plane of water.
Okay. Does plane shift, when you use it offensively like that, does that...
It requires a charisma check on its part.
Okay. That is not great for it. So... You assumed that hideously ugly creatures would have a low charisma?
I did, gee.
Can't imagine why. That is going to be a hard fail.
That's gonna be
Great.
kind of rude.
It's gone.
It is a negative. That was a -2. It rolled.
It got a -2.
So yeah, that one just is gone.
And then Adira is going to then use a bonus action to whip
If you're
over here.
are you casting a spell or are you using an item?
It was a concentration spell. Far Step was still going.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
So she whipped over there.
got it. Okay.
And that concludes Adira's turn.
All right, after Adira.
After Adira is Carrick, with the knuckle heads up next.
The knuckleheads. Carrick closes the distance between himself and Svalbard, who is still prone.
Fuck him up.
And he is now just, like, everything that you've seen him do and say to this point has been very measured and controlled. But as he gets up, you see the hate in his eyes as he starts swearing in blue streak. And those of you who don't speak Dwarvish are spared the vileness of this tapestry that is woven. However, those of you that speak Dwarvish your ears kind of burn. Although one of you that speaks Dwarvish is currently deaf, so you're good. So he hits it twice with his, what looks like a war pick, and then once with his shield. Oh, he's going to hit all 3 times. Where the fuck is it? Ah, there it is. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do, because he's prone. Does not score crit. Okay. So yeah, you see Carrick just run up and start just, as this thing's on the ground, just cutting deep wounds into this into this man's massive side. Not doing nearly as much damage as Kira did, but he did a fair amount of damage. And that is Carrick.
The knuckleheads are up next, and Svalbard is on deck.
All right, the Knucklevi on Kira and now Carrick is going to aim its 2 claw attacks at Kira and the kick at Carrick. Great. Kira, we're looking at a 23 and a 34.
1 hit, 1 miss.
All right. 19 bludgeoning, 20 acid. And then the kick. Ooh, that's going to hit Carrick for the 4th time. Okay. So he gets whacked with the giant hooved foot, gets knocked back 10 feet, and lands prone on the ground, swearing a bluer streak in Dwarven. The one Knucklevi on Malin is not at all happy about his current situation, and is going to just concentrate all of his attacks on Malin. 27 and a 20.
Both hit me.
And then his 3rd attack is a 32, so I'm guessing that's going to hit.
It's as well.
So the physical damage for you is going to be halved.
And the Maelstrom, I believe, is still going. So if it's starting its turn there, it's going to make a strength save.
Yes, that is true. Thank you for reminding me. Strength save. 16?
DC is 19, so it fails.
All right. So rather than attack, what happens to it?
Well, at the start of its turn, it will take... Ooh, that's a lot of sixes. 29 points of bludgeoning damage. And it is pulled 10 feet towards the center of the maelstrom.
So never mind. It does not attack you, Mal. Boop.
That maelstrom came in clutch.
Right. That thing has been such a great... Boop, boop.
Yep.
Come on. Why are you...
And the area of the maelstrom is considered difficult terrain.
All right. It is sucked away from you, Malin. Forced movement, unfortunately, does not provoke attacks of opportunity, so alas. But yeah, it does not get its attacks off on you. Well, that's the Knuckleheads.
Svalbard is up next with Leoben on deck.
Svalbard takes his move to half of his move to stand and is just going to go whole hog on Kira, because his other target got knocked away.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping he'd move over. That's fine. I might die.
27 and 27.
Come on, my AC is 26. Can't you roll just a little lower?
The guy is wielding a sword the size of a bus.
Yeah, well, he's an asshole.
You're not wrong. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll this and roll 20 because fuck this shit.
It's that much damage?
It's a lot of dice.
Oh, I might die. It's fine. Okay. Oh, I have Death Ward. Oh,
Yes, you do.
thank God for that. I literally saved my life right
Well, and if you do die, we can just reincarnate you as a turtle.
Oh, we can't guarantee a turtle.
You bring me back to the portal, I'm going to be annoyed.
We can't guarantee it if we do it enough times.
86 points of damage.
Oh, Jesus.
Kira is unconscious.
Okay.
No, Kira's not unconscious because I have Death Ward.
Oh, yes, that's
I have
right.
1 hit point.
You have 1 hit point. So yeah, he's like confident that he's going to lay you low with this. As he brings the sword down the second time, and he sees for a split second your life leave your eye, or he thinks what he's going to see is your life leave your eyes, but all he sees instead is the power of Zaratsu sustaining you at 1 fucking hit point. And for the first time, yes, he's injured, yes, he shouted out in pain, but for the first time, you hear him go, fuck.
I laugh in his face as I am inwardly panicking.
After Svalbard.
After Svalbard is Leoben with Malin on deck.
Awesome.
Leoben is going to shadow step over there and to be effectively like right at his, up by his head.
Sure.
Since he shadow stepped, he'll get advantage on the attack.
Okay.
Come on, baby.
Where you do the twist.
I just want to show you the rolls. I don't know if you can see.
I can't because I'm on the wrong fucking screen. Oh, nice.
That's 20.
So.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That is a nat 20 with the Vorpal sword. Now, here's the deal. With the Vorpal sword, it does ignore slashing resistance. It's up to the game master whether I just kill it outright. If the creature is immune to effect, the creature is immune to the effect if the creature is immune to slashing damage, has legendary actions, or DM's discretion if the creature's head is too large to cut off with the weapon. However, then the creature instead takes like an extra 68 slashing damage instead.
This is a long sword?
Yes.
A Snicker snack. Please tell me.
I mean, is he
Snicker
large
snack.
sized or is he like huge sized?
He's gargantuan.
Oh, okay. So
So I am going to go with the head does not come off. However, you will do the extra damage.
All right.
So you do hear the blade just kind of as you swing it and drive it right against his neck. You do hear a very faint, almost in the back of your head, but all of you hear a very faint snicker-snack.
Okay, so give me just a moment here.
Yes, please.
He's gargantuan?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4x4.
You can blame Beth's son for this one.
Dude.
I said 6.
Ooh.
68. Okay.
They come up with like the meanest bad guys.
I do have to ask, Brian, when it says it ignores slashing resistance.
If they have resistance to slashing,
Yeah.
it ignores slashing resistance.
Okay, so he's going to take all of this. All right. Holy shit.
Because, I did crit, so the sneak attack damage,
Oh, yeah, no,
as well
absolutely.
as the longsword damage, still gets...
Plus, well, it would just be an additional 6d6. It wouldn't be doubled. Because it's already
Right,
accounting for
because, instead it just takes the 68, I would say probably doesn't get doubled, because the only time that would even be counted is if you crit.
it rolled a 20 anyway. Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
Right.
So he roars in pain and kind of lurches back as you land. 3-point hero landing behind him.
Well, and I've got my second attack.
Oh, right, and then you scooch in for a second attack.
Because... Oh, no, Kira's down, right?
Kira is down.
So
No,
then
Kira
this-
is not down.
Kira is not down. It is still with advantage. Fuck. God damn it.
Okay.
You're gonna fucking kill him. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna kill him right now. That's what's gonna happen.
Do it.
I got
Fuck
a
this
24
guy.
to hit him.
20. It's gonna hit.
Okay, so it's not a crit.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be...
It's not gonna be sneak attack either, so.
It's not going to be sneak attack either. No, that ship has sailed. But it is going to be 13 more slashing damage.
All right.
And again, ignore slashing The ignore slashing
It's
resistance
fucking...
happens regardless just because of the sword.
Because it's a Vorpal sword. That is insane.
How much damage did you do this round?
76 plus
let's see,
13 is
13,
89.
89.
No, 99. 89. Because I can math, I promise. Fuck you guys.
And then
Jesus
let's
Christ.
see. And then I have like a move left, but I don't really. And you know what? Actually, and just to add insult to injury, I'll spend a key point to do a stunning strike with that last attack. Go ahead and make a con save DC 18.
Oh god, if he fails this, I will be...
I mean, chances are, being a big guy, he'll probably
Yeah,
be
no,
fine,
he's not
but
likely to fail it, but I mean, a 1 is a 1 is a 1.
please roll a 1. Please roll a 1. Please add the insult to the injury. Please.
Alas, he rolled a
Yeah.
27.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But he roars in pain with both of your attacks. He is not used to taking the full brunt of damage in general.
Because I imagine it was still like chopping into his neck.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, and there's this massive fucking wound just kind of gushing down his neck. Only by merits of his sheer size is he still alive.
Yeah.
All right, after Leoben.
After Leoben is Malin with Katie on deck.
So Malin, or technically you'd be there. All right, Malin. I mean, you're on a broom. You've got a clear shot to what's his fuck.
Yeah, I'm headed over. Fuck him. Let's do this.
All right. You're on a broom. You got full movement. You can get up to him and take your entire attack action.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. 35,
Definitely hits.
38.
If I told you that misses, would you believe me?
I would be sad.
It doesn't miss. You're good.
Uh, 18. 20. 25 plus 35. 37.
Wow. All right, but that is still halved.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus. 37 points of damage halved would be 18 points of damage. 18. He once again roars in agony, but is hanging on. Just hanging on.
Alright.
Who's after Malin?
Katie, and then Merrick.
Let's see here. What is my move speed right now? 30 feet. How far can I go with 30 feet? Yeah, now that Melon's moved from there, Katie's just going to kind of move forward and jump across that lava as well.
Okay.
Or magma.
Magma. Liquid.
And that'll take a double move to do. So that will be Katie's turn.
All right. And then Merrick, who is right there. Poor Merrick, who does not move super fast. Yeah, he's gonna do that. If I can get close enough. Where is it? Gets to there. Malin, you're there now. Shouts at Kira. You're doing great, lass. And we'll drop a 4th level healing word on you.
Oh, do I roll at the end of my turn to see if I'm deafened?
Oh, yes, you do.
And is that a con save?
Yes, that is a Constitution save.
14, would that?
You are still deafened.
Okay.
I have to look something up real quick, because that's not there for some reason, and I don't know why. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Funniest thing is, in my mind, I am now the stealthiest ninja that ever stealthed.
God,
because
it's so quiet right now.
I move so quiet, whisper quiet. You can't even hear it.
Kira, you get 10 hit points.
I'll take it, thank ya.
And that is Merrick.
Top of the round then with the lair action.
I'm gonna die if the lair action is what kills him.
Oh, he's getting another thing. Another
Oh
column.
no!
Yes, so much yes.
Oh no!
Just gonna...
You know what? I'm not gonna even. You're doing the pylon eruption?
Yes.
Okay.
Just gonna pile on the damage.
You're just gonna pile on the damage. Here's the thing.
How many hit points did he?
He currently has 16 hit points left. He failed the save. There's no way he survives this.
No.
So Malin, as the very nature of the Thruefell Mountains, the power of it flows through you, the pylon erupts under him and slams him into the ceiling. Please describe, in as much graphic detail as you care to, how he dies.
The pylon shoots out of the floor, shoves him up against the ceiling and completely pins him to the ceiling. Shut the door. If you don't like how I'm talking, then shut the door. Then shoves him up to the ceiling and impales him. He twitches a couple of times, his leg kicks, and then his tongue hangs out of his mouth, And he's done.
So this pylon shoots up and just kind of keeps pushing as it slams him against the thing. And you see it kind of like hesitate a little bit as it pushes through, like from his spine all the way through against the wall, and he's impaled on this blunt fucking pylon, which then slides back to the ground, and he comes down with it, slamming against the ground as it kind of back into the ground. And there's seriously, in his 20-foot tall, like, torso, there's a 15-foot wide hole right through the middle of him.
Sometimes the narrative writes itself. That was beautiful.
It was fucking beautiful.
Yes, because fuck this guy.
The Knuckle-a-V shriek, and each one by one kind of, or the two that are left just kind of disappear. Fuck that guy. We are out of combat. It is 4:26, so we're going to end it there. We will pick up with this 5:26. We will end it there. We will pick up at this point in January, whenever the fuck that happens.
Oh no!
And we will pick it up from there. So, it's a delightful cliffhanger.
Rude.
Congratulations, you guys. You suffered through my mass combat experiment, and you did manage to kill possibly the scariest bad guy that was on the board. Tarek would have been rough too, but less so. So I think you chose wisely. So thank all of you for watching. This, just as a reminder, this is the last stream of Saul's Rest until after the new year. So we'll be back sometime early mid-January, just kind of depending on how schedules fall out, to wrap this up once and for all. I suspect that will probably be our last game in this current arc. So we'll start the new year by ending this arc, and then figure out what we're going to do from there. So thank you all for joining us and watching. I will remind anybody who is interested, there is the charity stream that is happening this evening. I'm hosting it on my channel, but you also can just go directly over to CBH Stream on Twitch. Watch it directly there. Any monies that you donate can and will directly affect what is going on to us, either adversely or you can help us out too. I'm very much looking forward to it. Also, tomorrow we will be streaming at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time Brian's game of the Barazai Argia Chronicles, wherein we are going to die to a blue dragon.
We're not going to die.
You say that. I have 9 hit points. At any rate, so thank you all for joining us. Have a wonderful holiday. Have a great Yule. Have a great Christmas. Have a great New Year. Whatever religious structure you follow, have a great one. We love you, and we will see you in the new year.
Bye.
Good
Bye, everybody.
Bye.